Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome to another show. Sneaking in some more ladder action this week as I intend to climb, hopefully, all 20 steps by the end of next week. Not a whole lot of streams left to do that in, so we have to get our reps in when we can. Hello and welcome to Higlicole in chat with a really excellent question, I think. I say, fairly new to the game with a quick question. Do your reward cards have an available pool based on what you've already seen or chosen? Kind of like Hades does. And the quick answer to that is no. You can be offered any card from your character at any time. Compared to other games, two other games we play, Hades, you can only get boons from a certain number of different gods in a run of Hades. So you're more likely to run into gods that you already have boons from. And likewise in Brotato, when the game rolls for random items in that game, it adds an additional copy of every item that you have to the pool of things to draw from, is my understanding. There might even be a heavier factor for particular characters and stuff. But say, for example, you're playing in Brotato, you've got a pistol as your starting weapon, and you have 2 copies of the coffee small item. Then the pool that you pull items from should contain 1 of every item in the game, but 2 pistols and 3 coffees, if you picture like pulling items out of a bag. I don't know how the rarity works in Brotato. That's something to dive a bit more into. But again, the short answer is that no. In Slay the Spire, you're not improved the chance to see cards that are synergistic or anything like that, which would actually be a neat little mechanic. If you have a catalyst, then you're more likely to see poison cards, sort of thing. But no, there's nothing like that in Slay the Spire. So you are ultimately at the whim of the ultimate arbitrary randomness. There are indeed a few card unlocks to do. 6 cards for each character, making the card pool go from 69 to 75. But they don't make a huge difference usually. But yes, just do not put me on pizza notes. The RNG is sometimes a jerk. A big old jerk. Like I was saying the other day on stream, in an in-person Dungeons & Dragons DM, a human GM will usually know to pull their punches if the first 3 goblin attacks of the campaign are all critical hits. But the arbitrary dice of a computer game won't do that. And you could just die that way at level 1. It's a sad way to go. So, in our ladder streak challenge, let me see. Yeah, I thought that would happen. There we go. In our ladder streak challenge, we've topped Ascension 11 here. This is our quest to defeat every Ascension level back-to-back, changing characters as we go. So we started with Ascension 1 on the Silent, was my chosen starting character. And every run where we win, we both increase the difficulty level and change the character class, with the intent being to get 20 wins back-to-back across all difficulty levels. Now, that's pretty heckin' hard to do, but we have done it before. How's it going, Stricter One? Welcome, welcome. Just recently got back into the game after about half a year. It's crazy how deep Slay the Spire is. I've been playing it kind of continuously for the last 4 years now, almost 6,000 plus hours of Slay the Spire gameplay, a lot of it at Ascension 20, aiming for a heart win each time. And it's crazy how much room for improvement there seems to have been, how much better I've gotten at the game just in the last year alone, and how unique the gameplay experience continues to be. We got one of my favorite runs that we've ever had yesterday, this defect run, where I finally assembled the combo that I've always wanted to have, which is Frozen Core, giving us free frost orbs into empty orb slots, plus runic capacitor and inserter to just manufacture orb slots all day. And then we just combine that with tons of focus to make infinite free frost orbs to defeat everything. It was really good. Welcome, Zeph, and Raiders. Hello, hello, and welcome to the stream. You're just in time for the start today as we begin the 12th run of our win streak challenge here in Slay the Spire. Sad to see no blizzard there. I mentioned it a couple times during the run. We even did see a blizzard, but the blizzard actually wouldn't have been as much damage as you'd expect. Even with 10 frost orbs, a blizzard plus is 30 damage to all enemies. Because once the orb slots are full, it's not like we're channeling more. The key piece that was missing, actually, that you can't see on the screen from the run history here is 2 Barrage Plus. And those were 70 damage a pop. And we had an Echo Form, so 140 damage a pop. Bop, bop, bop. They were good. Better than Blizzard would have been. How's it going, Widdom's? First time catching the stream, just won your first Slay the Spire run thanks to all the things you've learned from the videos. Good stuff. First of many, I hope. Shiv Central. Is that what we'll get today? Well, we have to play Ironclad first before we can go to Shiv Central. Let's make sure we're on the correct Ascension level here, too. I made that mistake one time already. The Ironclad is ready to embark across Ascension 12 here. Now that we're on Ascension 12, we'll see upgraded cards less often. I think the next one is less money from bosses. Ascension 13, poor bosses. Ascension 14, lose max health. Ascension 15, unfavorable events. That's right, right? Yeah, that's right. Cool. Anyway, less upgrade chance means we're definitely not going to get as many free cards offered to us in the free upgrades offered to us in the later acts, and that's okay. Oh my. Can take down an early Burning Elite. I see a very nice path that we could go through here. All these rest sites. And then a shop. Actually, better to do it this way, right? You want the combat before the elite to get the potion, unless you have 2 potions, in which case you go the elite before the combat, maybe. There's also a way to fight 3 elites that looks pretty good. Let's mark that one in red? Question mark? Compare these 2 paths. No. This is not enough combats for the first elite. I don't trust that at all. You need combats before the first elite in order to get card rewards and potions. Ideally, both are going to be used in conjunction to get past the first elite combat and Slay the Spire. Once you're past the first elite, you have relics and cards and more resources to work with. It's a little easier to work from there. But that first elite can be one of the most challenging and deadliest of all the combats in Slay the Spire. I do think that 8 max health for a random rare relic is often worth it, although hilariously enough, note that compared to taking plus 8 max health here, if we were to get a mango, hypothetically, we'd have less max health, 2 less max health, than had I simply chosen the 8 max health option, although we would have more current health, so a mango is actually still better than this. Alright, I'm sold. We get a Tori, that's not a mango at all. If we would take unblocked attack damage equal to 5 or less, reduce it all the way down to 1. That's actually quite helpful against Guardian, but I think it's also very good against the elites of Act 1 in general. And much later on will be very, very useful against the Heart. Tori has fun combinations with a couple of other relics that we can get access to. The Tungsten Rod is practical immunity to damage of 5 or less, as long as it's direct attack damage. Note that Tori won't protect you from non-attack damage sources, like the Beat of Death, or Constrict from the Tentacle, or what else? Spikes? Yeah, spikes from enemies. That's an important one to note. the Guardian's Bronze Scales later this act won't be blocked by Tori, for example. But hopefully this relic will bring us victory. I'm sorry, that pun was Tory-able. Hopefully we draw 3 strikes next turn. It's actually fine to just face tank the 6, because we're healing 6. So actually I think the correct play here is just play strike, take 6. And then even if we only drew 2 strikes here, we'd have a kill then. Which we then heal to full. That feels right. That's a pretty early Searing Blow from the first combat, no less. With a decent relic to get us started, too. Searing Blow deals 12 damage and can be upgraded any number of times, which makes it pretty dang potent. The Rock says, does Double Combust do 2 damage or 1 damage twice? 2 damage. Generally speaking, effects in Slay the Spire will stack their numerical effect, but will not ever trigger additional times. So you can never activate Juggernaut or Rupture multiple times per turn by playing multiple Combusts or multiple Feel No Pains or multiple Metallicizes or anything like that. Way too late for Searing Blow. Late? Well, yeah, see, we can get 4 upgrades in Act 1. Problem is, we have to fight the Burning Elite before we get most of those upgrades. So we'll have to take other cards that allow me to address the Burning Elite. And putting the first upgrade into Searing Blow might feel pretty bad. If I want a card that's going to get me through this Burning Elite combat, I think Combust is actually the best pick here for its ability to do area damage every turn. I could maybe see taking Searing Blow if I dip into the shop and we purchase a potion. But I'm actually quite worried. Wait, is there another 4 upgrade path? Oh, there totally is. Hold on. I missed that. Aha. Hold on. Aha. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we could even actually opt into the Burning Elite if we suddenly became capable, which would encourage us to go to this shop after all. Okay, I'm sold. With an adjustment to our pathing, if I don't have to fight the Burning Elite, I can take the Searing Blow. Let's do it. Searing Blow is one of my favorite cards in Slay the Spire. And I really like to showcase the power it has, which is quite a lot, actually. Tons of power. Key thing that the game doesn't tell you about Searing Blow, it's lying to you. Well, maybe not lying, it's a live omission. Searing Blow's upgrades each are better than the last. The first upgrade is +4, but not all the upgrades are +4. Second upgrade is +5, then +6, +7, so on and so forth until the card does hundreds of damage before you know it. I actually think a Metallicize is a very good early game card that could seriously help us with both our early bosses and early elites here. It's also really nice in conjunction with the Tori. 3 block per turn doesn't sound like a lot, but it really does add up. Blade Maku, thanks for the 10 months of support. How often do you get a Searing Blow on floor 1? It happens fairly regularly. You know, maybe once a month or so. Always happy to have it when I see it. Well. What do we have here? We sure got some stuff. Some good stuff. I love the command on that. The parentheses. They're so powerful. Why are the parentheses so powerful? Armaments would be nice for Searing Blow. I'm immediately pulling out the calculator, though. There's one card that attracts my eye more than any other in this shop. People who know me well can probably point to it pretty quickly. But I'm trying to figure out if I can afford what I want to buy here. Which is the potion. Oh, no, I can't. Dang. Chat does know my favorite Ironclad card is Dark Embrace, but on a Searing Blow run, the card I actually want here is Dark Shackles. This is the card I want more than anything else in the store. Although maybe it's not as useful with Tori. Either way, I can't buy Dark Shackles and Strength Potion. So I'm probably going to buy Armaments and Strength Potion. And that should let us go for the red. Kaponski, thanks for 16 months of support. The card remove does look pretty tasty, and if I could buy Armaments remove, that'd probably be what I do, but that's 128 gold. Alas. Can't afford that. Why Dark Shackles with Searing Blow is it's a zero cost one-time block that's going to buy me crucial time to get our instant kill card in play. Very useful against Act 2 as well. Just a ridiculously efficient card overall. Doesn't get me through that elite fight, though. Alright. We'll do Arma Strength Potion. I'll do it. Excuse you, who said you could have 13 hit points? Oh. My face. Don't have a better play than just triple strike, huh? Bummer. Would have been a good time to draw Armaments. Can Arma the Metallicize? That's curious. I think attacks for either 8 or 12, right? So shouldn't matter whether this is upgraded or not. So do I upgrade Strike or do I just play Bash? I think I just play the Bash. Double Bash. Okay, now we have two decent offensive potions, and I think a Pummel pairs exceedingly well with the potions we picked up so far. Doesn't really pair well with Searing Blow. Maybe we want to consider a Clothesline, but honestly, I'm okay having a Pummel in the deck just to get through this fight here. Because we get an extra relic and a superior path through the act overall. How many armaments would I add to the deck? Ideally, just the one. Another merchant. That's not what I wanted to see, unfortunately. Would have been nice to be able to get Bag of Marbles here, Panic Button, Souvenir, Fire Potion, any of this. That's a shame. Had I known, I would have gone a slightly different way, but such is the nature of the Spire. So, I'm of the philosophy that when you have a Searing Blow, your best upgrade is almost always the Searing Blow. Because of the aforementioned property where each upgrade is more than the last. Sure, we could use Armaments to upgrade Searing Blow and every other card in hand, but rarely are we, if we draw them together, rarely are we playing anything other than just Armaments Searing Blow anyway. Getting that damage to go exponential is crucial. I think I'm going to upgrade that Pummel. We're relying on Pummel Flex Potion to win us this fight. I should upgrade it. We're not going to make up this turn. I'm playing the Metallicize, the Armaments, and the Pummel. It's a question of whether I upgrade the Metallicize or the Pummel. Metallicize for one more block per turn shouldn't make a difference with the Tori. That one block, so let's upgrade the Pummel. Okay, this is the turn we draw Bash. So next turn, we can Strength Potion, Searing Blow, and Strike. I'm okay using both of these potions to get through this fight. The next time we are in an elite fight, we'll have a much stronger Searing Blow. And the more health we can preserve from this fight, the better. Come on, bash pummel. Okay, we just drew regular pummel, so we can make this 9 times 5. That's pretty good, but it's not going to get me a kill next turn, right? 9 times 5 is 45. 83 minus 45, what is that? 38. Are we able to do 38 damage in 1 turn? No. So we're never killing next turn. So either I Arma the Defend... Well, I always Arma the Defend. Play the Defend. That's always happening. Block 16. Oh, I should have upgraded the Metallicize. It's funny as heck. So I can also play this now without using the potion. Try to conserve this potion. Seems kind of unlikely. Yeah, it shouldn't matter with Tori, my words from earlier. But I forgot to incorporate the 2 strength. Also, generating 13 was a pretty unlikely block hand. I also forgot about armaments upgrading a defend. So, yeah, I thought it was unlikely it would matter, but yeah, it totally did. No, I think we'll have better life if I just do this. This turn hurts a bit. That's alright. Because now we have a boat thingy. I really like boat thingy with Searing Blow. Boat thingy makes it so much easier. The turn 1 block anchor, that is, makes it so much easier to survive chip damage in early fights. I see we're being offered a Dark Embrace. I'm a Dark Embrace enjoyer, although it could actually weigh down on the deck a little bit here early on. It would give us really good reason to pick up stuff like Burning Pact, True Grit, etc. I think it's probably worth picking up one of these. Especially since we just got through what should be the most difficult fight of the whole run, ideally. Now we can continue to focus upgrades. Note +5, 16 goes to 21, 21 goes to 27. And now we're hitting almost as hard as Carnage Plus. Really like Art of War. If we play no attacks during our turn, get extra energy on the next turn, that'll be really good against the Guardian boss. And a few other situations besides. If I had 3 more gold... Actually, I didn't buy a removal, did I? I could buy a removal at the shop. Yeah. Could remove a card here. Although going into a potential Gremlin Up, I'm not sure I want to remove Strike. The Art of War definitely does encourage removing Strike here. And having a Searing Blow encourages removing Strike as well. Olivia 5K, thanks for the 11 months. 11 has even in it. Isn't that odd? I'd say that's a prime observation, Olivia. What does the Art of War drawing represent? I believe it's supposed to be an old style of Chinese printing, or text on wooden blocks, or maybe it's bamboo slats. I'm not sure exactly, but it's an old book, essentially. Yeah, if you go to the Wikipedia page for the actual Art of War, you can get an image pretty similar to this, sounds like. And that's pretty cool. Man, that card remove does seem pretty good, even if it does cost me 75 gold. I'm in. Remove my card. Ah! This card. Evolve can be nice in a Searing Blow deck. I view it as sort of an alternative to the Dark Embrace. But since we have Dark Embrace, we have no need. Secret Weapon's kind of good with Searing Blow. Double Tap's kind of good with Searing Blow. but we're here for the strike remove. Let's go. Slime Goop. Trade health for money. 39 health into Kremlin Knob, huh? I might just lose the 22 gold here. I'm a little concerned. Actually, no, we go this way, right? Excuse me. We talked about it. We don't have full potions, so we go this way. Alright, we should be fine. Because we're going to get health back from this fight, almost assuredly. Play the Dark Embrace. I think we just want to lower the... Oh, we're going to be weakened next turn, huh? Probably going to get attacked by 2 of them next turn. Okay, I'll play the Dark Embrace, and we'll get Art of War. Might regret that. We'll see. 20 damage. No, I don't regret it. Even though we are still taking just one, because of Tori. So we can kill any of them here. We should at least hit the middle one. Looks like next turn is just a block turn, though. Fine by me. These both do 4 damage. I guess the Pummel draws me 1 card. That seems fine. Excuse you both. Already this Art of War is putting on quite a show. I like it. Okay, Fire Potion, I'm way more comfortable with this elite fight now. Would anyone like an Impervious? In a deck with Art of War and Dark Embrace. And Ironclad in general. Would anyone like a 30 block card? Usable one time only. I'm gonna go with yes. We would like this. We would like this. Sentries it is. With turn 1 Dark Embrace, this is pretty good. Contemplating using one of our potions here. I suppose the Fire Potion is most broadly useful, although Fire Potion is also really nice insurance against Guardian turn 2. And Colorless is more likely to have an impact in this fight, I think. So let's use the Colorless Potion here. Yeah, haha. I'll play the Bomb. Don't mind if I do. Let's just draw Impervious next turn. Easy, easy. No? No Impervious? Very well. To shreds, you say? Kaboom. Get a Mercury Hourglass, automatic damage. That's one of my favorite relics, actually. Even though it's just a little bit of damage, it really does add up to quite a lot in a broad variety of situations. Hello? I do not want a second Dark Embrace. That would be extreme overkill prior to getting like an Offering and 2 Burning Packs or something. Would love an Offering after the boss. But I'm happy with the relic and the money that we got. And the potion that we got. 2 more damage potions. Great for Act 2 here. We don't need any of this other stuff. Alright. Continued directive. Upgrade Searing Blow. Now goes from 27 to 34. And we're starting to reach a critical threshold here. 34 plus 3 plus 10 is 47. That should kill one of the 3 slavers in 1 hit on turn 1, for example. And that's an important number to get to. We can upgrade the Searing Blow 1 more time, we won't even need the Explosive Potion. Speaking of, it's enough damage to outright transform Guardian here. Turn 1. Just a solid kabonk. Welcome to your pain, Guardian. Let the Hourglass flow through you. Since we have Tori, it's only 1 damage to go Dark Embrace Defend. Means we get an extra draw next turn and an extra energy too. This turn we can block easily with our defensive cards, and again, Art of War is going to continue to provide us lots of utility through these curl-up turns. Could play Strike here, but Rather have the extra energy next turn. Hero play strike. Yeah, let's armaments one of the strikes, even. How much damage does Stirring Blow need to one-shot one of the birds? They've got about 30 health each, so it would need to be 60, and we're nowhere near that, that's for sure. Let's play this. Ideally, we'd like to see a path in Act 2 that supports lots of rest sites, but rarely is that available to us. We do have the distinct advantage here of... I'll keep upgrading the blocks for the moment. We do have the distinct advantage here of having gotten the green key in Act 1, which is really desirable on a Searing Blow run. Because it means we can path for maximum rest sites in Act 2 and Act 3 without having to worry about getting the green key. Okay, not yet ready to play that, though. Really clean Guardian fight overall. Take 3. Or 2. 2. And then kill you. Kerblop. I was wondering if we'd be offered Barricade. I do like it with the Impervious and the Metallicize. And the Art of War. And the Anchor. Actually, a lot of reasons to like Barricade here. Very expensive card. Feed, I don't really like alongside Searing Blow that much. You won't be able to upgrade the feed reasonably, although we could use the armaments to do it. But the problem is that the Searing Blow becomes sort of a one-hit kill on a lot of enemies, and it makes it quite difficult to kill them with feed then. But I do like this Barricade. If we got offered Snecko Eye, Barricade would be amazing. If we get offered Energy, Barricade is still pretty actually good. And if we get offered something else, we're going to have a weird time. Let's see what happens, Twitch chat. We get offered Energy. Perfectly reasonable energy. Actually, a very good energy source to highlight, although I don't actually like Philo Stone with Barricade very much. I do like Philo Stone with Tori. It's also curiously Runic Cube. Philosopher's Stone says, we get an extra energy every turn, but all enemies have strength. That can be a little problematic, but I think we'll find the extra energy is easy to handle in terms of leveraging strength for us, and a lot of enemies who deal extra damage, the Tori will mitigate. Is Runic Cube Ironclad only? Yes. Vitair says, how do I feel about Ectoplasm in general? I think it's one of the more serious downsides on a boss relic. There's no way around Ectoplasm, so there's no way to mitigate its downside like there is for most of the other boss relics that have penalties, which puts it in the company of things like Busted Crown and Velvet Choker. Boss relics that always hurt if you take them. Value money quite a lot in Slay the Spire, especially if you're going for a heart run, because that guaranteed shop in Act 4. So I'd usually prefer to not lose my money when possible, but it is totally takeable. If this Philo Stone was a tiny house, I'd be looking at it quite seriously. But as it stands, I think I'd rather just take the Philosopher's Stone. I'm not afraid of heart with Tori and Philosopher's Stone in particular. So, how many rest sites can we get? Just 3, unfortunately. That is not the answer we wanted, but it is the answer we'll accept. Good news is we can get a couple of elites alongside the 3 rest sites. Searing Blow will underperform, that's for sure. But if we get a couple of upgrades before the first elite fight, We could do well. We could also go 3 elites, but I think we might hemorrhage hit points if we try to do that. Am I playing standing up? Currently I am, yes. For now. Barricade Bronze Automaton shouldn't be too bad. These are both ways to the same destination. I can go to this shop and then up through here. Certainly removing another strike would help this deck pretty massively. Not worried about birds. So this is what I see myself doing here. 2 elites later on, alongside 3 upgrades. We'll figure out which way we want at the very end there. Again, there's a 3 elite, 3 upgrade path up the left, but I worry that we'll run out of health. And you really don't want to be resting if you're trying to play Searing Blow, because every rest is an upgrade you're not getting. Oh no! The dreaded birds. Whatever shall I do? So I attack for reasonable amounts next turn, but I've got a potion. Go for the full block here. Gotta watch out for the ones that try to do big attacks like that. That's the real scary stuff. This blocks for 1. Barely worth using. I think I'd rather just play the strike. Get him, Tori. Good work. I'll do it this way. You would dare. Alright, pretty good fight. Block potion's pretty good. We got a Pummel Plus. I don't actually think we need that. Shrug seems great, though. 8 block, draw a card in a deck with Barricade and Art of War? Yes, please. Yes, please. Ooh, we're offered Orrery. I can do Orrery card remove. Orrery lets me look for Disarm, as well as anything that goes well with Barricade, like Feel No Pain or Imperviouses. I actually quite like Orichalcum, too, as just kind of guaranteed passive auto block, but it's a little anti with Orichalcum and with, with Barricade and with Anchor, too. Our Act 2 boss is going to be Bronze Automaton. Corruption. We could search for, yeah, Corruption would be very good. There's a lot of good things to find if we look at 5 cards. Although we'll definitely feel the penalty of Ascension 12 doing that. Headbutt's also quite good. Let's see, what's in here? Arma, Sentinel, Iron Wave, Entrench, Body Slam, Shrug, Havoc Plus. Interesting. So we transition into Barricade, Entrench, Body Slam? Question mark? Seems pretty good. I like having both of those plans. That does make me want to finally upgrade the armaments over the Searing Blow. Yeah, exactly, because it's a lot to upgrade, right? But what if we just don't upgrade it? That's my plea to you. What if I didn't upgrade any of it? Do I take second Armama? Yes. Actually, no, I want a Sentinel in this deck. It's not useful yet, but it will be. I believe. Chosen one. More things change, the more things stay the same. Barricade, hello? There you are. The more days you give me, the more I draw. You're only making me stronger. I'll note that Barricade and Block in general work a little bit better here on the lower Ascension levels, as most enemies that gain strength will gain less of it. Meaning you can outscale enemies a little bit easier on the defensive side of things. Bonk. That body slam shine. Battle trance? Yes, please. Anything that gets us more cards in hand looks pretty good to me. Deck is getting a bit bigger. 5 apparitions with Dark Embrace, Barricade, Searing Blow. That's extra silly. Gotta say, apparitions are undeniably useful here. They combo very well with Dark Embrace, and I'd say apps combo also very well with Barricade and very well with Philosopher's Stone. Though I'm not sure that I want them. They bloat the deck a bit, and I don't like the loss to my max health, going all the way down to 36. That's kind of spooky. But yes, 5 turns of intangibility per fight is definitely broken when you've got Barricade and Entrench. For sure. Heck, let's do it. We'll be a spooky Searing Blow ghost. And I like that we have Anchor, too, so there's less chance we get absolutely destroyed on turn 1. I have no idea if it's appropriate to bash anymore. Kill the Fungi Beast first. It's gonna be a long fight. Spooky. Glad I've got a block potion. Here we go. Upgrade that. Don't play the strike. Shrug first. And I think we Dark Embrace Havoc. Nice. Okay, I can play Searing Blow if I want to. Although this looks like a better next turn, so let's just get the powers in play. Slow and defensive is now kind of the MO of the deck here. We've got so many things to set up and try to put in play. But once they're all down, oh boy, we're impossible to hurt. Beautiful. And we have multiple ways to damage our foe, too. Go Impervious, Entrench. Let's go. Easy. Easy every time. Hundreds of block. Beep. Does Enchantable change the look of the character? No, but there is a mod that makes that happen. I think Minty Spire does that. Okay, we're going to upgrade armaments for surezies here. I want to be able to upgrade everything in my hand. Ooh, and we're offered a Transform too. Turn those strikes upside down. I don't think we want strength here. We're doing damage with Body Slam. We're doing damage with Searing Blow. Neither of these benefit from strength or strength on turn 1. Turn 2 strikes into a Warcry and an Evolve. Arguably, those are better? Arguably. So, many things that we could upgrade would be pretty good. We could start upgrading Powers, the Dark Embrace, the Barricade, the Entrench. Or we can keep upgrading Searing Blow. I think it's in the spirit of the run to try to make these two things operate side by side. So that's what I'm going to try to do here. I have no idea if this will work properly. Bottled Lightning. I can bottle an apparition. Interesting. Although with Anchor, I don't think I want to do that. Bottled Battle Trance is good. That'll do. Bottle Battle Trance. Extra card draw turn 1, you love to see it. Snake Plant, you do not love to see it. Snake Plant is horrifying. What do you got, Havoc? Havoc's got Ascender's Bane. Well, that's not what I was looking for, but thank you. Please don't hurt me. Thank you. Oh. Interesting. Not much point to putting the impervious on top. So I'll do this. Order? Doesn't matter. Get him, Hourglass. Good job. Fear Pot's pretty powerful. We do not want a second Metallicize. I think Metallicize is very much a card you only ever really want one copy of. Even with Barricade, it's just not enough block by the end of the fight. But a Fear Pot. Fear Pot's pretty good here, actually. Might be better than Fire Potion, but I like Fire Potion's ability to kill a Gremlin even if I draw no damage. Currently we don't have. Could go Fear Potion, Fire Pot, no Block Pot. But with an Entrench and a Body Slam, this Block Potion is exceptionally useful. So let's skip. Well, welly, well, what do we have here? I guess I'm just gonna be a ghost. Then. You'll make me weak, but not frail. I might just use the Fire Potion here on this first Gremlin. Although I do like keeping it for whatever's next here. Hold on a minute here. Let's see what the next draw is. That looks promising. Pretty likely to draw an Apparition next turn, but there's definitely a chance we brick. That's kind of spooky. Uh-oh. That would be the aforementioned brick occurring. We do get to draw one off the pommel. We should upgrade it first so it kills the sneaky gremlin. No point upgrading that unless we draw the defend. Okay. Easy every time. No prob. And to think they were worried. Thanks, Dark Embrace. You're awesome. I think we go, rather than playing Barricade, I think we go Apparition, Apparition, Searing Blow here. Get some damage down to the leader. Do Impervious, then Arma, Entrench, Body Slam. Pretty close to good enough. Good. Bonk. Okay, first Elite went by without too much trouble. Actually, the other thing I like about the the apparitions is that they're going to let us get through combats without losing much health. So we're much more likely to be able to upgrade stuff. Offering is redonkulous. Very crucially, if you're intangible from playing an apparition, Offering only says lose 1 health. because intangibility affects all sources of damage. And we're immediately offered Purple Fire Spirits, where we can donate a card, and if we give up a rare card, we can gain 10 max health. Although I think I might actually just remove another strike here. All of our rares are very important. The Impervious, the Barricade, and the Offering. Give up Searing Blow. That's pretty funny. Don't get anything special if I do that. So, see you later, Strike. Sayonara. Second elite is the Book of Stabbing. I saved this fire potion for nothing. Bummer. Pretty good armaments turn, though. Armaments, then Havoc, then something. Oh, I can put the apparition on top. You got it. You got it. I like that. I like that a lot. Have a bonk. Pretty good Impervious Body Slam. Shame I can't Impervious Bash Body Slam. Would like to play both apparitions. Seems reasonable. This is 30 damage, though. There's essentially no damage in the draw pile, so we have to finish getting set up here. Alright, like I said, only one damage here. So let's go. Barricade, Apparition, Metallicize. No statuses, so don't bother with Evolve. Although I don't want to redraw the Evolve. Okay, don't redraw the Evolve. All that for Art of War, too. Really glad we took Art of War. And Searing Blow kills. GG. Oddly Smooth Stone's incredible here. Having all of our blocks block for one more is going to help the Barricade engine get online a lot faster. We're offered a Burning Pact. Yes, please. Dark Embrace also a little tempting to take us in second copy, but Burning Pact's excellent here. Oh, finally, a way to exhaust status cards or just chosen cards from the deck here. Don't think I want this weak potion. I think the Fire Pot, Block Pot are going to be good going into Bronze Automaton here. I'll take one event, which is a combat. Oh well. Bird, get nerded. We ignore the bird for the moment. Could put one apparition on top. Seems unnecessary to do that. Since we're not getting attacked next turn anyway. Evolve is good in this fight. Ooh, Dark Embrace would have been good. Really only need one or the other, though. Please add statuses to the draw. I dare you. That's what I thought. No Dark Embrace, though, huh? Thank you. I'm the Block Lord now. I guess I could Offering to keep this? Sure. Since we heal 6 anyway. Oh, and here's Body Slam. Boop. Sure, why not? This is a fun deck. I like what we got going on here. By the way, Ken Diggy, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Flame Barrier kind of fits nicely into a deck like this. I'll take one Flame Barrier. We don't want to have too many of these, but I like the return damage. That could be quite useful against the Heart. And I'm going to continue to upgrade Searing Blow. We're just having a weird time here, Twitch chat. How will we fare against the Bronze Tomato? Is the first and foremost question in everybody's mind. The answer is, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Looks good so far, though. Get rid of the basic defense. There's Barricade. Rather play Barricade than Apparition here. Hold on. It's turn 2. If I play all 4 Apparitions, we'll be intangible for Hyper Beam, right? That seems important. Because it's this turn, next turn, is a buff turn. No, I need 5 intangible here, and I don't have it. We're short anyway. Okay, in that case, do play Barricade. Glad I double-checked that. Can play Bash here, but to what end? Doesn't seem worth it, especially not with Pen Nib. Okay. Okay, Armaments is higher priority over Apparition. That's also good to know. I was kind of wondering. And you've got my Searing Blow? Okay, I understand. Well, that's just rude. Nice. I hit Sentinel with the Havoc. That's beautiful. That's just luck. There we go. Double that block. I was really lucky. Oh, that was the other reason to take Burning Pact, by the way. We have Sentinel. It's bonking time. Beep. Guess you can keep that Searing Blow for this fight. If you want to. GG. Might think Juggernaut would be good damage with what we're doing, but we're really just gaining lots of block in small amounts. So the Body Slam is far better damage than Juggernaut. I think Skip is probably the best of these 3 options here. Sometimes you feel like they forgot to put Exhaust on Entrench. But then you could Exhume it. Would that be better? I don't know. Kind of like with Limit Break, right? With Limit Break, sometimes the upgrade's better or not. So are we a Barricade deck or a Searing Blow deck? Why the or, Doom Train? We don't need to be either or when we can be both. Ooh. It's a pretty awkward Sozu. Hey there, Mr. Zany. I am doing well. I think with Dark Embrace, we cannot take a Velvet Choker. Limiting ourselves to 6 cards per turn is just not going to cut it here. So we either take a heal 12 or we lose access to potions, but we get even more energy to spend, which is really good. This deck would love more energy. Problem is, something like a Gambler's Brew could make all the difference against the Heart. But I'm moderately okay with Sozu. Our turn 1s are so well protected, we shouldn't need to use our potions. Let's do it. I might regret this, but we'll do it. I do think we need the extra energy so that we can get our powers in play more easily. Do I still want to prioritize rest sites? Is that still a thing? I guess so. Sure. Sure, why not? Card removes are also pretty sweet, although we actually have no strikes left. So what would I remove? Defend? Defends are decent. Pummel? No, Pummel's fine. I'd remove Metallicize? Maybe I don't need shops, or at least not more than one. One late shop is fine. Okay, well, we'll start this way then. Something like that. See how these early combats go. Put the Burning Pact on top. And I'll skip the Body Slam to get even more energy next turn. We'll have 6 energy. Now that's power. Even more energy. Go! You must die. I've decided it. For this fight to be won, all 3 Darklings must be dead at the same time. Pretty easy for us to do once the powers are in play. Let's not. Given what we're drawing here. Yeah, very, very happy we have Sozu on a turn like this. Just so much to do. There's Arma. Definitely feeling good about our armaments in this moment, too. Don't think we need more than the one, but this would have been a better one. Surprise Merchant with an Abacus and another Entrench. Yeah. I like that. That's actually a decent Enlightenment, too. Kind of funny. Caliper says, whenever you shuffle the draw pile, gain 6 block. And Trench says, well, double your block. I like those two things, especially those two things together. Good stuff. 12 cards, match them, defeat them. Blind is interesting. Could take a blind here. Bash. Another unupgraded Body Slam, no thank you. And a Normality. Okay, do I want a blind? Essentially for free? Yeah, I think I do. Sure. More damage mitigation. Always good with Barricade, even though it's a little bit weird with the apparitions. Alright, I'll play this. There we go. A lot less scared now. Havoc Warcry is pretty cool too. But Evolve in play for free-ish. This turn we're intangible, even if we can't kill this thing. 102 damage. Huh. Could have left this fight with Pendib on 9 by waiting for the Hourglass to kill the Spiker. That seems excessive. But it would have been nice for the Elite, maybe, huh? Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Writhing Mass can be a real problem for us. Our main goal here, don't get cursed by the Writhing Mass. I think we can make that happen. Story Searing Blow. Just know that I don't mean it. That's not what you want to see the entrenches doing. That's worrying. Does Evolve work with curses? No, only fire breathing does. Hopefully the writhing mass hasn't tried to attack me much. There we go. We're finally out of apparitions. Don't play that. One body slam, one kill. I like it. Continue to upgrade Searing Blow. Alright, our first elite of this act. I have no idea how this is going to go for us. Currently facing Reptomancer. She can be pretty scary. I'm just going to put an Apparition on top. And ignore these fools then, if that's how we're going to go with this. Bash Body Slam or Entrench? I'd like to avoid this damage. We should probably deal 32. Okay, so we don't need to address these daggers. This will be intangible next turn. Repto should also be forced to attack? Yeah, I think so, anyway. Gonna Burning Pack that. Okay. This is fine. Might want to kill this dagger with the Searing Blow, although it is 61 damage. To avoid getting hurt next turn. We can always kill it with a Fire Potion if I really need to. That's fine then. Let's hit Repto. And somebody asked me the other day, how can you tell which daggers are going to suicide with their attack? The green swirlies are the ones that won't hit you. It's all about the green swirlies. Cool, we can go Dark Embrace. Actually, Apparition, Barricade, Dark Embrace. I don't want to draw this and be unable to play it. So we got a lot of wounds added to the deck, but because we have Evolve, we actually don't care about this downside in the way that we normally would. Nice draw. And like that, Repto's gone. We got a Vajra and a Disarm. Finally, a way to remove strength off enemies. I think this could be very important. Another Exhaust card, too. We get a couple more upgrades. I'm going to recall now, just kind of precautionarily. 36 max health sure is scary. I'm kind of a little scared piloting this deck, to be very honest. But I believe in the power of the apparitions, power of the barricade here. At least I want to believe. Okay, get rid of Pummel. This is exhausting anyway. Let's just keep losing cards here. Not the Impervious, though. Giant Head gives us 4 turns to set up. We should be able to sort ourselves out. Definitely feels like we wanted a second Dark Embrace. Maybe we can still get one. There you are. Wasn't quite right. Get rid of this. Draw many more cards. Before you know it, we're block capped. The poor giant head has not a clue as to what happened. Boat thingy number 2. Okay, that's going to provide some much-needed additional protection in certain fights, and I think the second wind gets us the rest of the way there by letting us exhaust everything that's non-attack in our hand. Note that the deck only has a very small handful of attacks, so second wind should exhaust everything in our hand, give us a ton of block, and ideally also then draw a ton of cards. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good to me. You're dead. And you're toasted. Enjoy your toast. Really love that turn 2 block. That is huge. But ultimately, we're still very dependent on getting this Dark Embrace in play. It's a little concerning. The card draw. Second wind already showing off what it can do for us. Getting our block started. Getting our draw going even better. Powerful. Dupe Pot would have been nice to have. I don't think we need Bloodletting. We've got all the energy we need from relics. Dupe Pot Dark Embrace. Maybe that was it. Not going to trade 217 gold for weakness on turn 1 when I should be able to block turn 1 anyway. But I will continue to sink upgrades into Searing Blow. It's what's going to happen. It'll be a Searing Blow plus 10 by the end. Aha! Excellent. I think I will upgrade that for the energy reduction. But only this. Shame about the Bottle Lightning being so far down. Or getting it earlier, rather. Apotheosis will upgrade everything in the deck and the Searing Blow, which is pretty sweet. Look at that. Look at our hand now. Is it not beautiful? Playing 2 Apparitions to make sure we're good next turn seems reasonable here. Could do Apparition, Apparition, Evolve. Let's do that. Daze won't be a problem thanks to Evolve Plus. Havoc, what do you got? Blind is gone, and that's probably for the best. Block, but there's no reason to. Here's Dark Embrace. Alright, Dark Embrace, show him what for. Could miss Barricade if I play this Apparition. Draw triple defend Barricade, Searing Blow next turn. That would be bad too. I'll play this. Good. Good, good. Need our block to get started here. One last turn of intangibility, and then the block engine will, of its own accord, now be active here. Especially with Second Wind here to show off. Second wind, show them what you do. Not bad. Not bad at all. And pow. To thump, a deep pulsing red. Give you all the room is this. The heart of the spire, the source of this evil. That would have been a good time to bully, actually, but we can bully later. We'll be bullying, I think. Will happen. No, I guess it's fine, right? What did I buy with that money? Oh yeah, Apotheosis. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, two difficult fights here. The Heart and the Spiralates. Apotheosis is here on the top again. Blessed Apotheosis, thank you. No point in playing this. Next turn's gonna be spooky. I actually would prefer the burns do go on top because of the evolve, but that's not how it works here. So we're very much at the whims of the draw here. Depending on what we do or don't draw, we might be okay or not at all okay. Looks like we're okay. Apparitions here, Dark Embrace, and Barricader here. Life's good. That definitely could have gone a lot worse for us, let me tell you. What's Havoc gonna hit? Warcry. Cool. Get rid of armaments now? Get rid of armaments now. We don't need it. Not in this fight, we don't. What I do think is we need is being invincible next turn. Just be a ghost, set up the block, do the devastation. We can kill the shield this turn already, actually. Let's pummel two. Let's draw one more here. Well, more than one more, actually. Okay. Defend, entrench, entrench. Means we can actually do this. Bonk. That is a lot of energy. Oh yeah, and second wind. Bonk. Strike dummies here. And power through. Power through second wind. The circle is complete. Are there any max HP increases at all? No, we took a max HP down from our starting bonus and then took apparitions to end up at 36. Now we face the Heart with not but a block potion and a fire potion as our salvation. Good news is we drew Apotheosis turn 1 again. Bad news is I can't put anything else meaningful into play here. Little bit afraid. Good, I don't have Evolve either. Oh boy, yeah, a little bit afraid here. Big hit first, uh-oh. Offering, do not fail me. Got a lot of card draw in hand, so I'm pretty confident we can find what we need here. Blind theoretically helps. 51. Okay, we're not dead, because with Block Potion at a minimum we survive. I am going to Burning Pact the Slimes. Okay, Dark Embrace Second Wind. Here we go. All's well. Probably worth playing the Disarm, even with the Second Wind here. Actually, maybe it's not. It's going to be intangible anyway, right? And that one strength isn't going to matter later on. Okay, let's just play the Second Wind. Use 4 cards, gain a lot of block, draw 4. Here's Barricade. Shrug. Apparition at the very end here. Seems to me like I Barricade Block Potion. Let's do that. Nice Flame Barrier draw. I care if any of that gets lost. Not really. Of course, we hit the Entrench. I get it. Totally get it. But don't worry, there's more block where that came from. Here we are. Delete all of that? Delete all of that. Do not Havoc. Play this. Good. Clearly I should play Body Slam, but I have a plan. Bear with me a moment. That. Already intangible, might as well play that then. Power through Second Wind, power through Second Wind. Get rid of Havoc. Armaments. Get rid of the Defend. Get rid of this. I'm coming for you, Mr. Hart. I want the Entrench too. Alright, how many times per turn can we play Armaments? The important question. Go Arma, Power Through, Burning Pact, Armaments, and I could Burning Pact to Arma again? Not quite. Need some extra wounds here if I want to play it more. Stop, he is already dead, they said, not knowing the power. $260, we're almost ready. He may be dead, but his soul is still intact. Hasn't been sufficiently taunted. 283. $307. Let's go. Boop. Look at those chunky flames. Hit me. More upgrades. More. The power. GG, Twitch chat. The ghostly barricade searing blow deck. Chops the heart in twain. GG. GG. Too much power. This deck really, in particular, showing off the power of Second Wind. Holy moly, Second Wind was absurd this run. GG, how's it going, Faley? Yeah, we just did an unusual run. To be sure. Has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. GG. This is a far cry from the usual. Or war cry from the usual. But worked out alright. I do feel good about the Sozu take in retrospect. We used that energy almost every time. To get a lot done. That was fun. That was fun. Who's the six-eyed thing at the end? That is, in fact, Niao. The creature that appears to you at the beginning of each run and offers you a boon. The whale that you see in side profile. Is that proof that Searing Blow is better than Perfected Strike? I think Searing Blow is better than Perfected Strike. But I think both Searing Blow and Perfected Strike can be a valid damage engine for late game. What really makes Searing Blow shine is that it's a one-card solution, so you can have one Searing Blow and 29 defensive cards, or draw utility cards, and kind of call that a deck. It's not quite right. You do need a secondary damage source, usually. But I have to say P-Strike now. Oh, dang it. I thought I could weasel my way out of it. For shame. For shame. Anywho, before we jump into a silent run on Ascension 13, which I'm really looking forward to, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the water, stretch the legs. Upon my return, it'll be more Spire time. So don't go nowhere, folks. I will be right back. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Well, I was away, Simeon56. Thanks for 7 months. Crawling up towards 2 full years, and Ches Dispenser. Thanks for 5 months. 5 gifted subs. 5 simultaneous months for 5 different people. Heck yeah. So we get to play Silent. I think there might have been a time where Silent was my favorite character. I really like her ninja actions and sort of different synergies that she can build together. The curses, the shivs, what have you. Okay, I like this formation here quite a lot. We get there. Ooh. That 250 gold is looking better and better. Have to get through a hard pool fight, though. That's kind of unacceptable. Max health plus 7 is not to be overlooked here. It's just a perfectly reasonable bonus. Our act boss is whom? Whomst, fighting Hexaghost. So we'll have a damage check at the end of the act. I actually oddly could kind of get behind a random rare card here, of all things. Normally I don't like curse starts. I can also go to this shop, huh? And there's only 3 combats. 250 gold is one of my favorite starting boons to get, but curse is definitely my least favorite starting downside. So I have a hard time with this curse for 250 gold. When curse for 250 gold is best is with a floor 2 shop, but having to get through multiple fights is pretty spooky. Especially if it's a pain or a regret. We could take a ton of damage from this curse before we even arrive at the first store. So all that said makes me want to, again, consider random rare card here. Depending on what we get, we could have a more aggressive start, or we might have something to build around in the long term. Do the starting options get worse the higher on Ascension you are? No, but your resources become more constrained, particularly in Act 1. So you have much less room to take a bad starting bonus on high Ascension because the rest of the game is so hard. I've actually come around on some of the silent rares more lately, so I'm honestly thinking random rare card could end up being a really good starting bonus for us. It's something I don't gamble on often, but does feel reasonable here. I don't think the boss swap is a reasonable gamble. That's a bit more risky. Man, 3 fights. Problem is, the one question mark could be another combat, and that combat could be 4 gremlins. And before you know it, you're actually dead before getting to the first store. That is really scary. Let's take the random rare card. Get a bullet time. Definitely not my favorite starting option for the silent here, but I do see potential for bullet time, especially in a world where we have lots of upgrades. Bullet time makes every other card in your hand free. And the best way to make this good is to have a lot of cards, specifically a lot of expensive other cards in your hand. So, to combo with that, we draft card draw, and we draft 2 and 3 cost cards when we see them. And that might help a bit. We'll go to this store, get 2 upgrades, and then we'll consider what to do from there. We'll have a lot of resources at our disposal, several upgrades and a relic before we really have to face a real challenge. This is a perfectly reasonable type of way to path in Slay the Spire. In fact, avoiding your first elite until after the chest in the act can make your life a lot easier. You're going to lose way less health because of the additional prepare time. Oh, look at that. Thanks to bullet time, I can also now discard my Ascender's Bane. Thanks, bullet time. You did it. shouldn't be so harsh, really. It's not bullet time's fault. It's doing its best to make all the other cards in my deck as good as they can be. Other cards in my deck. Now's your time to show bullet time what you can do. Strikes? Hello? Oh, strikes. I think we need to have a talk. This would have been a good fight if not cultists rolling high on the health there. That's not too bad otherwise. I'm not surprised that we take 8 here. I think I might have been able to take 5 earlier to mitigate that, and perhaps should have. But here's one of the cards I was talking about. An expensive card to pair with the bullet time is Crippling Cloud. It's good AoE poison besides. Fumes is old reliable, that's for sure. Especially against Hexaghost, Fumes is quite good. But Crippling Cloud's also, like, any source of poison will be good against Hexaghost. I hold that the Crippling Cloud will be good with the bullet time specifically, so let's see if that actually works. Aha! Instant payoff. Show them what you can do, bullet time. The power. More cards, yeah. Pew pew. Bullets. Ooh. Bullet time outmaneuver? I don't think so. These all seem pretty questionable, although in the long run, reflex actually could be incredible here. It's not good now, that's for sure. So I don't know that I'm allowed to take it. We already have one kind of iffy card. Can you artifact the bullet time downside? Yes. Although note that only the cards that are in your hand when you play bullet time will be discounted. And they lose their discount as soon as you play them. So even if you draw back into the same card again, it's not going to be continually free. So you can't make any sort of infinite by doing this. Unless your infinite combo involves playing bullet time and purging the debuff with orange pellets repeatedly. By also generating an infinite number of powers. There's a prismatic shard combo that can do that, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You have to, like, dual wield a zero-cost power. I don't think I take any of these. Not even the Slice, which is actually not bad, normally, Silent Act 1. Slice is perfectly takeable. I don't want it, though. So, let's keep going. Wow, we've drawn bullet time on turn 1 every time so far. And with the Crippled Cloud 2 out of 2 times so far. Not that it actually helps that much this turn, but blessed be, you know? Let's see, you stay weakened longer. You'll die immediately, or we'll have to contribute a strike next turn. Guess we just hit you now. Alright, easy early enemies are making our life not too bad there, despite the health loss to cultists. I feel pretty good overall. Poison Potion's going to be helpful. We might even take that all the way to Hexaghost. Here's another 2-cost card to pair with Bullet Time. Dash. Dash looks quite excellent here, versus 2 cards that don't immediately do anything. Things to avoid currently. So yeah, give me a Dash. Dash makes me feel a lot safer against Act 1 elites as Silent in general. Just a very efficient card in terms of block and damage per energy. If you can play it for free, it's even more efficient. Get a remove transform upgrade here. Ooh. Early in the game here, I certainly would not mind a transform. This is also a reasonable time to sneak in an upgrade. Could upgrade Dash and then later on also get Crippling Cloud with the Fire. We don't currently have any card draw that would make us want to upgrade Bullet Time, but upgrading Bullet Time to be 1 cost cheaper is also something to consider in the long run. Transform Defend into Unload. That's what I want to do. Although I'd probably transform a Strike. Even with 2 elites coming? Interesting. We have a shop coming up. Probably 2 shops, actually, coming up soon. Which makes me want to transform more. Let's transform. Because we can upgrade the dash and the crippling cloud both before the first elite. But we can also hunt for even better upgrades. I guess I probably should transform 1 defend. We've got lots of block here. I think we might need the strikes to help us with Hexaghost and such. So, defend gets transformed into flechettes. Oof. Damage per skill in hand. Okay, I actually like flechettes as an attack, generally speaking. We will be eager to remove 1 more strike soon. Anyway, bullet time again, turn 1, by the way. Good stuff. Hit the one that's going to attack me next turn. Get it within a crippling cloud or strike range. Trick to this fight is just to kind of kill them both quickly with your damage, but you have to kill them kind of at the same time, since when one dies, you become vulnerable. Thankfully, the low health of these enemies means it's pretty easy to just KO them both. So I rank it as one of the easiest of the so-called hard pool encounters in Act 1. Get a second potion. Reflex is offered again. Interesting. It's not pronounced flechettis. Only if you're putting it on pizza. This reflex could absolutely be huge later on. I'm definitely feeling more capable about our immediate term with dash, and it even works nicely with flechettes too. Anything that can get more cards into our hand. I'm gonna grab this. And we're definitely not going to take an immediate elite. We're going to go for upgrades. Let's upgrade our dash first. And then see what's at the shop. It's even on sale, our first draw discard card. Definitely would like to pick that up. We're also offered, crucially, Frozen Eye. Can allow us to see the draw pile in its exact order, knowing exactly what's on top. Can be very, very powerful, especially with stuff like bullet time. But I can't get them both. Also, if I don't buy the Frozen Eye, I might be able to afford the shop relic at the next shop if there's money in the chest. We are still planning on going to that, unless I want to fight the Burning Elite. I'd have to either give up 2... No, give up 1 upgrade and gain 2 events to fight the Burning Elite. But in order to do that, I'd have to actually improve the combat value of the deck right now, and I don't think Frozen Eye helps us enough this act to let us take a Burning Elite. Although it is super, super good in Sentry's fight, from what I've seen. Gosh. Only I could afford Dagger Throw, Frozen Eye. That would be the clear, obvious choice here. If I wanted to do that path, I'd have to do Dagger Throw, Strike Remove. But man, I have no idea how to numerically evaluate Frozen Eye other than it good in the long run here. Such a useful tool across a whole run for helping you evaluate random situations of all kinds. Often hear the complaint that Frozen Eye makes the run take longer or something, but because you're able to eliminate all the random possibilities that you have to maybe account for and simply focus on the one random probability that you have been served, can actually save time during combats because you have to think about less. It also means you can sort of front load the decision making of a fight. You go through all the decision making at the beginning, and then you just execute on it because you've planned out the whole fight. That's the part that can feel like it takes a while. Because you're doing turn 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the fight on turn 1. Reflex, the reflex is going to be so much better with the Frozen Eye. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see what happens here. Give me something good in the chest. And I think we upgrade the Crippling Cloud, because we're going to need the extra poison power. Dagger throw for the next combat reward? I'd rather have 2 dagger throws, quite frankly. Okay, we do get a little bit of money, not enough to do anything, and an Omamori, which seems useful. More incentive to take more events, I suppose. So, yeah, let's go this way. Ooh, I don't like where this is headed. Worrisome. Yeah, I think we might take the minus gold on this floor. Wondering if I go for the elite or not at this point. Taking one and only one elite seems a bit weak in the long run, but with the relics we have, I'd be pretty happy just going into Act 2 currently. Yeah, exactly. Without the dagger throw, I fear the burning elite as well. An extra upgrade could help. Substantially. Upgrade the flechettes makes it feel a lot safer, actually. I think minus 11 gold, minus 11 health is unacceptable here, though. Thing is, the reward from the elite might make the burning elite a lot easier. This is actually where I'd rather be taking combats than events, but the map seems to have put us in a fun little spot here. Figured Frozen Eye meant abandoning that path. I was not willing to path into a shop with 37 gold. So here we are. We can go this way now if we want to, instead of taking the burning elite. Or we can go this way. I don't know that this path on the left is viable anymore. I'm feeling a little skeeved out about it. So let's get some more information. Let's path here. Carter move. Okay. Now you're talking. Let's lose a strike. Zeknar, thanks for the 148 friend raid. Welcome, welcome, folks. Oh, you've caught us at a fun little moment here. We made some weird choices in Act 1 as Silent on A13 of our ladder streak challenge here. And now, as things stand, we have Bullet Time, Crippling Cloud Dash, Flechettes, and Aspirational Reflex with Frozen Eye. Positioned to face our first elite in Act 1, and then Hexaghost. And we're a little worried about our odds about the elite fight. I think I'd rather go for the Burning Elite here. With the extra fire. What's our upgrade? Upgrade is Flechettes, right? We upgrade the Flechettes. Does Reflex count as a skill for Flechettes? Yes, Reflex is a skill. So it's at least useful with the Flechettes. And sometimes we can survive a Reflex. But our damage output is not that good here. I think we'll be fine against Lagavulin and Sentries if we use one of the potions. I would like to save at least the Thorns Pot for Hexaghost. Should have taken that dagger throw. Extra event may or may not be helpful. Burning Elite could also be a lot more difficult than this. Although again, the upgrade makes a big difference too. I'm gonna go this way. I'm a believer. Alright, I'll take some money, but that's not going to help me for the Elite. These events have not been it. Who are we facing? It is Nob. Fortunately, as far as I'm concerned, with plus strength here, fortunately. Next turn we draw Flechette Strike, and that goes down just fine. Then turn 3 is kind of awkward. Shame to draw a dash turn 1. Seems to me like the Poison Potion is all but required here. It'll do at least 18 damage, probably 24 damage to the Gremlin Nob, in conjunction with our Crippling Cloud here. So I don't see any reasonable play other than Poison Pot, Crippling Cloud, Neutralize, which guarantees 3 turns of Weaken. We should be okay here. Even if this fight has to go for 4 turns, which it looks like it will, we shouldn't be too bad. Can even use those defends to block, as we should know exactly what our next turn draw will be, and that's going to be helpful information. Already Frozen Eye showing some of its worth for us here, letting us know in advance how screwed or not we are against Gremlin Nob. And the answer is we get that Flechette's draw again. 24 damage, which will kill. So we can neutralize, defend, defend. We don't even take that much. As remember, Gremlin Nob on this Ascension level has a bit of a different attack pattern there. And then 29 health going into Hexaghost. Doesn't feel too bad. Now that might have, had we been playing on Ascension 20, I think that would have been a bit too gutsy. But now we get to take a Bouncing Flask to go with our Bullet Time and to go with our Hexaghost. And it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Really good. I think we upgrade that Bouncing Flask too. The Poison. This could be a fun Frozen Snecko Eye deck, right? Wouldn't that be quaint? We can actually use the Reflex to draw 2 next turn. And then we know we're drawing Bullet Time Bouncing Flask the turn after that. That's great. I am going to employ our Liquid Bronze. Don't mess around with Hexaghost. Hexaghost is very easy to underestimate. And the penalty for failing to accurately evaluate this fight is death. You just die. Cool. Do have to bullet time before Flechettes, which is kind of sad, but it still does 12 here. I maybe wanted to not reshuffle without the Bouncing Flask, but I'm okay with the draw order I've been served here. Seems like we're on pace to kill Hexaghost before Inferno arrives. Yeah, we got Bullet Time, Bouncing Flask, Dash next turn. Beautiful. What a turn. The power. Bullet Time really has put on a show with the cards we added this act. So here's where if I hadn't used the bronze scales, we'd just be dead. And I had to use that at the start of the fight to get all the damage. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it now to do enough. So bronze scales, or the Thorns Potion absolutely made the difference here between life and death. I think Hexaghost attacks you 13 times from memory before the Inferno turn, so it does 39 damage. So Hexaghost would have on this turn 44 health with 24 poison, and our 3 strikes dealing 18. Wouldn't be enough. I guess we could use the Thorns potion on this turn and like eke out a win barely, but we still would have had to use the potion in this example. But yeah, you got to use it early. Knowing when you're likely to need it is the really important part with a lot of these potions. The attack package, interesting. Don't mind adding a die as just a one-time damage card. Going into Act 2, we would like some AoE. The Crippling Cloud alone will not be enough. We don't have enough attacks currently for the Phantasmal Killer to feel right. Although I do like Phantasmal Killer with Frozen Eye. That seems kind of cool. Knowing what you're going to draw next turn. But that mostly helps us know whether it's important to play it or not. I'm just going to grab the die. And we do not, unfortunately, receive a Snecko Eye. We do receive extra energy per turn, or we receive a tiny house, our choice. I'd be pretty happy with more energy, especially if we then add some draw discard effects. Please acrobatics and backflips from here. I think even with only one Omamori charge left, Curse Key is very reasonable. We open one chest, we take the blue key from it, we skip the remaining chest. Otherwise, we could take a Slaver Scholar and hope to use the Omamori charge somewhere else, but given that you're never guaranteed curses in Slay the Spire, unless you actually have a relic like the Curse Key that gives them to you, just having a way that we can know that we can use this Omamori seems pretty good to me. And I definitely like having the extra energy for these early Act 2 fights. We're going to need the help. All right, what's our priority here? I think going to a shop is a good idea. We're loaded with cash, and it's a heal 15. Elites seem a little scary, but not so scary that I would avoid them entirely. We could even visit multiple shops this act to get multiple meal ticket heals and maybe multiple strike removes too. I think this deck would really thrive if we just dunked all 4 of these at this point. And maybe we can do that. What's our path option look like here? Option? Have to make sure we're actually taking combats. If we don't get card rewards, we cannot find the draw that we need to make this Frozen Eye actually useful. What's our removal price? 75. So we haven't removed a card yet. So for 75 plus 100 plus 125, we can remove 3 cards. Minus 3 strikes. That'd be a huge difference on the deck. And we'd heal 45 for visiting 3 shops. Seems pretty good to me. Is there any other reasonable path? I mean, we can go up the far left, hit 1 shop at the very end. Avoiding events is probably ideal, because we don't want to open any chests we see. Could find more gold in the events. We could also lose money in the events. Chosen one. So next turn we'll just attack. Dash Bouncing Flash the turn after that seems good. This turn we want to block, so Crippling Cloud, Defend looks ideal here. Maybe we'll see that die again later. Yeah, I really like kind of front-loading the decision time of the fight here. Tell me that's enough. 17, yeah, barely there. Wow, close, very close. Very different outcome to the fight if we're just a little bit less damage here. Spooky. Do I want that? It's a skill? I mean, Piercing Wail is probably broadly better. Skill, very useful this act. Yeah, I'll just take a Piercing Wail. Very happy with the Piercing Wail, usually. Get offered bites for strikes. Meal ticket is my healing. I'm off the blood these days. Ooh, but I will allow some book reading. One, we got Healing Headed our way. So paying 20... Actually, it's not even 21 health. It's only 16 health to get the book on this Ascension level. As we are not yet on the harder events. So we'll heal to 57 when we go to the shop. And if we get the Necronomicon here, our Omamori charge will block the curse. We don't. Get the Enchiridion, giving us a random 0-cost power on turn 1 of every combat. A favorite of mine. And there's an Acrobatics, finally. Thank goodness. Get in here, Acrobatics. Wait. Toxic Egg. Oh, I can't get them both? No! Disaster. Toxic Egg Acrobatics is slightly too much money to afford. Yeah, which means Acro Mirror Remove, or maybe even just Acro Remove. What'd I mirror? Bullet Time? Bouncing Flask? The Acro itself? I think I agree with many that I might value the removals more than the upgrades. So Acro, just Acro Remove, honestly. Despite the Toxic Egg, that feels so weird. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing the name of this relic correctly, for the record. Not a clue. I'm sorry, Toxic Egg. You were 3 gold too expensive today. Maybe next time. Can't hold the bullet time and the bouncing flask. Okay. Just hold the bullet time then. Sure. Have some poison. Spirit Guardian's got a lot of block, but if you can shred through the artifact layers and apply poison, it's a much easier fight. GG, nerd. I also just call it the enchilada sometimes. Because it's tasty. Also tasty, card draw. Give me the back flap. Come to truly love the back flap, and I think with Frozen Eye, we'll love it even more. We got the draw cards, so we should be able to take an elite now. What's the worst that could happen? Boule time. What are we drawing? Acro and Strike. This looks like a really good opening hand against Slavers, that's for sure. And I owe the chat a dad joke. Got it. What do you call an ancient book on what not to do? Written by a lich. An enchiridion don't. So trying to evaluate my next turn here. I either draw this hand. Actually, Piercing Whale Flechette's Dash is pretty good. But if I acrobatics, I can get to the die. It was a bad joke. It was. But I'm not sorry. What's my hand this turn? 1, 2, 3 blocks. This is a very good speed potion turn. So I guess we can math how much damage I do, right? Only after playing Bouncing Flask. Only got 4 energy next turn. Draw these 5. And draw these. No, that's not going to add up to enough. Okay. So we don't backflip before... Or no. We do backflip before we bullet time. So the next turn I draw Flechette's Piercing Whale, Dash, Defend. We're going to Speed Potion this turn to block 30. So go backflip. Then we bullet time. Oh, I could also Acro Reflex this turn. I hadn't considered that. But there's no way to then play the bullet time, so I don't think I want to do that, unless we were to Colorless Potion and get something cost-reducing. But I'm pretty happy with the fight we've got going on right now. So let's go Envenom. Bullet time. Figure out where these poisons are going. Front, 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 front. Huh. So I could probably kill the front one next turn. That might help a bit. Interesting. Or I could still focus damage on the back one, and then the front one will die of the 12 poison that we applied to it. Definitely an interesting pattern. Ultimately, a lot's going to depend on what Red Slaver wants to do next turn. So I'm no longer sure where I want to strike here, is the funny thing. With Piercing Whale, none of them are going to be threatening next turn, so it doesn't matter really whether I get hit, but the debuffs could matter. We can avoid weakness if we kill the front one next turn. But if I don't hit the back one, then when is it going to take damage? It's not. Okay, back one's going to get killed here. I think I've learned my lesson about this sort of thing before. Oh, you are going for Entangle, you son of a gun. My die. And we don't have a kill. Just a serious maiming. But I think I kill with Crippling Cloud next turn. Crippling Cloud Survivor Defend is adequate. So I'm okay with that. We don't need to use this Colorless Potion. Yeah, there's a couple of options here. I'm going to go with Don't Worry About It. Seems fine to me. Oh good, we even draw a block card for this nerd. Excelente. Bouncing Flask, you know it's going to hit the front guy 4 times again. Well, let's watch it happen. Exactly. Gotta get in the game's head. The old reverse psychology. Actually not a bad use case for setup here. Setup with Frozen Eye is fun. I really wouldn't want it that much without an upgrade, though. I've got so many other better upgrades, like Acrobatics and Bullet Time now. But I actually could see setup being good. In particular, setting up Bullet Time and then drawing into it is fun. I think I'd just rather not have the card in my deck, ultimately. Sorry. Not sorry. let us... Speaking of upgrades, is Acro the first upgrade I'm going to get? Probably. Day-to-day upgrade seems reasonable, too. Now that we vanquish slavers, I'm not afraid of anything, though. Let's upgrade our Acro. Yes, that's a great one for the clips there. Submit clips with the clips form right there. That one could definitely make it onto one of the YouTube channels. That was great. Top quality stuff. Man, bullet time has been on fire this run. Just a consistently great card. Not often I get to say that. Been very cooperative. Let's say. Next turn's interesting. So I've got to play 2 cards to block. So if I Acro, I'm really not getting anything done. Centurion won't attack me next turn, actually. I know that. So I might be able to play both poison cards next turn. Both poison cards next turn. If we don't play Acro. And I wouldn't have known to not use the draw cards if it weren't for Frozen Eye. One of the kind of secret powers there that Frozen Eye brings. How cool is that? The answer is very cool. Hello, welcome, FNYK. What is a ladder streak? A ladder streak is a challenge format for Slay the Spire that I created, where the goal is to win on all 20 Ascension levels in a row. So you're watching run number 13 of our win streak here. Start a run on Ascension 1. If you beat the Corrupt Heart in Act 4, you get to go up to the next Ascension level. If we lose anywhere along the way, we have to go all the way back down to Ascension 1 and try again. That is the ladder streak. Seems impossible. Yeah. Well described. When I originally came up with this challenge, it took me about 9 months of trying on stream to actually do it successfully. Since then, we've had 5 successful ladder streaks on the channel, and you might be looking at the middle of number 6. Man, these are bad cards. No, thank you. I want this chest instead. Pretty unlikely that I'm going to want the relic that's in here. Opening the chest now could give me money right now. Sure, let's open this one. Take our blue key. There's no money, and that's alright. We don't get a curse. Reflex, however, has not been cooperative for those keeping track at home. Reflex is on notice here. And Flechettes does a ton of damage. Hit the one with the lowest health, right? Yes. And this is a perfect kill on the middle one. Good. Seems like a bad turn to play Bouncing Flask then, especially since I'd rather block. So we can Acro into Backflip and Survivor. Or something like that. Or even just Survivor, and then I can play Strike. Next turn looks, Not like Backflip makes it much better, though. Just focus on one of them. Caltrops, help! Okay, so far so good. Next turn looks fine too. Kursky's definitely putting in work. Get another potion, a distilled chaos, and we're offered Tactician. Don't really want Tactician. We can barely use the reflex. We've got a bullet time anyway. So, what do I need a Tactician for? Now, if I get 3 more acros, sure, yes, then I believe. But currently I don't... It is upgraded, though, right? That's a very aspirational tactician. It's going to be dead weight way too often. For now. Even accounting for the 2 removes I'm about to get. And again, I've got the bullet time. I don't think we need it. I refuse. Nice. Alright, we're here for one thing and one thing only, strike removal. That's why we're doing it well. And 15 heal, also. So 2 things. Our 3 things are strike removal, potions, and the element of surprise. And thwack. Oh wait, speaking of the element of surprise, we've been surprised by the opportunity to get even more relics on this run. I am pretty chuffed here. This is great. What is in the draw pile? Guess what? Bullet time is in the draw pile, and acrobatics can get it for us. Then I can play everything. Get him, acrobatics. Can even discard reflex to play, you guessed it, 1 more defend, the power? Or I could not, so that Flechettes does more damage next turn. That seems more reasonable. The power. Get him, bullet time. What a ludicrously good bullet time. Never seen bullet time so strong before. I miss dagger throw. Remember that dagger throw that was on sale? I miss it. Fight. Bullet time, turn 1. Yeah, every time. Get him. Discard a Cinder's Bane so Flechettes does more damage. Let's go. 30 damage Flechettes. The power. Get destroyed, Gremlin Knob. Yeah, I'm actually not sure if I want to upgrade bullet time. I'm hoping more relics can help me find the answer. Ginger Sundial. I don't think that informed me anything. However, I do like 100 gold a lot. We're not fighting Collector. Dagger throws back, but also Terror Plus. That's actually a tough call. Terror Plus. The Flechettes will do so much damage. Get in here, Terror. Bullet time not turn 1. Bullet time turn 2. This would actually be an important bullet time to upgrade. An important turn for an upgraded bullet time. That's what I'm trying to say. But if we don't kill at least one of the gremlins this turn, Gremlin Leader will attack me next turn. Can't make quite enough block for that to feel like a good idea. So let's try to avoid getting attacked. By playing dash against one of these gremlins, I guess. And we want to neutralize leader here. So this will deal 14. You're at 14. Might still get attacked here, but worst case scenario, Gremlin Leader, yeah, is weakened. So maybe this is the time for Distilled Chaos. Not first, though. That wouldn't work. Guess we just acrobatics and then bullet time. That would leave the top cards as reflex, terror, defend. That's not a good thing. We're healing after this fight anyway, right? Yeah. So I can take up to 12 damage without any consequence whatsoever. In which case, sounds like to me that we get to preserve our potions here. Can I backflip first to hit reflex? Yes, however, then we can no longer afford bullet time, because we'll have 2 energy. And that's where the upgrade to bullet time is going to make a big difference. That would have been a play we could actually use, if only it were upgraded. But it ain't upgraded. Alright, any 1 flask... Actually, no. Kill you with flechettes so that all the flask hits go on this guy. This lady. Leader of gremlins, you. We're only taking 3 damage anyway, so I don't know what I was afraid of. Acro bullet time next turn looks better than backflipping into bullet time here. Let's do that. Get a raving, thanks for 27 months. I keep watching, you keep streaming. That's right. You got it. It's definitely correct. I think we go like this. Stack the damage on the leader here? I have all block next turn. 79 is a lot of health. Well, it's about to be a lot less than 79. It's going to be 79 minus... No. This will be a kill. This is enough. Even if the bouncing flasks go all crazy like... The bouncing flask knows where to go. Oh yeah. We actually killed this turn. What was I even worried about? Strike dummies here. That's not going to let you stay in the deck strikes. I'm sorry. Oh, it's here. Prepared with a Plus. Draw 2, discard 2. Now that is a beautiful card. Maybe that tactician was correct after all, Twitch chat. Just saying. Can I afford Carter Move orange pellets? Yes, I can. Oh my. But I have no powers. Well, on turn 1 I do, though. That's good enough for me. You can do bullet time orange pellets. That's true. Again, we're going to need some more powers. It's also Eviscerate on sale here, begging to be included. But honestly, I think Flechettes is going to outclass it. Sorry to say. Turn 1 pellets is useless, question mark. I agree. Also question mark. I think we'll find ways to use it. I'm specifically thinking of potions. A speed potion or a flex potion could be combined with that to have some good effects. Good. You probably want to play Flechettes before playing Prepared, huh? So Dynadai would be better suited next turn, right? Otherwise my turn's gonna be what? Crippling Cloud, defend, neutralized her? Next turn's a bit awkward here. Actually, don't mind Crippling Cloud, Terror, Dynadai, Survivor. We could even use the Fear Potion to weaken Bronze Automaton there. So don't play this. Okay. Yeah, weakening the automaton seems reasonable here. So let's use this potion. Like that. Get some damage down on the minions. Get that card out of our deck. And get terror down on the boss here, which we're going to need. Almost assuredly. Alright, bullet time. Where are you at? There's actually very few cards in the deck, so we can almost reliably achieve bullet time. And that seems kind of potent. Look at this hand. The power. 54 damage flechettes. And Bouncing Flask knows what to do as well. You got my dash plus. I don't know if I even care about that. Keep hitting the boss. Sundial next turn. And I can just get every card into my hand again. Because again, there's not that many cards left. This is why I didn't think we would need the Tactician. Is because this is stupid. Wow. Prepared? Acrobatics. Bullet time before I do that. Flechettes again. Look at this damage output. This is turn 3? Holy crap. Hey, that's my reflex. I need that to live. Or something. Give me that. Dang. The power. Of flechettes. There's a power to activate with orange pellets, Wraith Form. You just gain multiple turns of intangible, and with bullet time it won't even cost me 3 energy. So there's actually just no downside whatsoever to Wraith Form. Normally, we have to talk about, like, Wraith Form's good, even though it has a downside, because the intangible's great. But here, it's free and 0 downside. So it's just extra stupid. Heck yeah, I'll take the invincibility card. Get in here. Doesn't pellets take away the dex down? It does. And any dex we lose will also be removed. No pyramid. Unfortunately, Omamori Calling Bell is not a thing, but Empty Cage sure looks nice. To remove 2 more cards from the deck. The smaller the deck becomes, the more powerful this Sundial becomes. And the closer we get to some truly, truly nonsensical stuff. I almost wonder if Dash is going to be better to remove shortly. Keep Dash for now. It's a good block. But yeah, I really think 2 removals is excellent here. This is a prime highlight of a deck that is dramatically improved with removals. We went to 3 shops and purchased 3 card removals in Act 2 for this reason. And now here in Act 3, we get to sort of reap the benefits of all those removes. We'd like to translate those benefits into some upgrades, though. We do need a few of those. There's one for Fire Path. Light on elites, though. Or we could go 3 elites, 3 fires. That looks pretty good to me. Something like this. We'll probably be skipping our mid-act chest. That's a bit of a sadness. And I'm pretty okay not spending money until we reach Act 4. We should be very, very good for Act 3 with the deck as it is. This is pretty crazy. This deck's going to be very strong. Hey, and I could also get additional free Wraith Forms, courtesy of the Incuridion. Draw 6. Can't get that Wraith Form in my hand. That's okay. Oh wait, yes I can. But do I want to? No. No, I don't. Draw. Still intangible. Kill this spiker then. Even the bullet time debuff can be removed, which means we could draw additional cards this turn, though we have no actual reason to do so at the moment. No way to do so, rather. Sure. Intangibility also blocks the damage from the explosion of the exploder. Easy stuff. Could take a free block, but I don't see a whole lot of reason to at the moment. Likewise, we could take more poison cards, but those poison cards are less powerful than the poison cards we already have. So we really don't want to add cards that are lower impact than the current stuff in the deck. Just doesn't make any sense to do that. Flechettes, then bullet time, right? Well, terror, then flechettes, then bullet time. On you! Draw me all the cards. Wow, and then we get back to bullet time. That is kind of absurd, actually, that we can do this every turn. I like it. Again, more stuff I don't need. I'd really like a second reflex, a second acrobatics, something like that. This enemy's cute. Can't quite draw the bullet time. It's okay. Power, power, skill, attack. Seems good to me. Flechettes is so satisfying to use. I ran out of powers. I don't think I thought about that thoroughly enough. Looks like we had a kill, though, so all's well. Liquid Memories is quite useful. Could take another Flechettes, although, oddly enough, the Flechettes are counter-synergistic with each other, as they are not skills themselves. One more Piercing Wail could be okay, but I think with the Wraith form, we're kind of covered here. Let's keep skipping. Maybe we'll get more removals via the events. Man, we could have had so much Omamori value. What about Madnesses? Make particular cards free. Again, seems a little counterproductive with the bullet time and the sundial, but I could see use for it. Also makes our first draw through kind of worse. Nah. I'll just lose 4 max health. Glowing Tesseract now. This could be very good. Happy to pay 10 health here for a chance at Master of Strategy or Panache or a few other things. There's Panache. Up 0 cost power. If you play 5 cards in one turn, deal 10 damage to all enemies. Somebody said we needed 1,000 cuts. This is better 1,000 cuts. Enlightenment could be interesting, actually. Enlightenment could be weird. 0 cost blocks, okay. Secret Technique is excellent. This is a very good use case for upgrade the Secret Technique as well. Fetch a skill from the draw pile. Love it. Just love it. So I think those are the two I'm going to take. Yeah, it's 2,000 cuts for 0 energy. And now it's elite fighting time. How well will we do? Let's find out. Certainly we want to get more relics going into Heart. That's kind of the core plan here. I think we're doing pretty fantastically overall, so this seems like it'll be fine. Don't want to play this Wraith form yet. I want a Secret Tech for Terror. Get rid of Secret Tech, get rid of Terror. Main goal against Giant Head here is to exhaust as many cards as possible. So I can actually draw all the way down to that Defend, and then I can get the Ascender's Bane out of here too. Note that we're drawing after the bullet time has been played. The new cards we draw are not free, just the ones that were in my hand. Cool, and we can get Panache in play too. Play the Panache, play the Piercing Wail. Keep the Crippling Cloud to be exhausted next turn. Giant Head is literally wasting their turns. Good job, Giant Head. Appreciate the things you do. You have 7 skills. See, Giant Head is finally trying. Good job, Giant Head. You did it. You tried. Bullet time now, or what? Yeah, just go bullet time. Last dash. Keep the backflip. Poor Giant Head. Frozen Muffin Man, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Muffin Man. 60 damage flechettes. The power. Actually, we can make it even slightly more than that. 66. The power. Got him. Turnip? Ginger? Kind of sad with orange pellets, actually, but sure. Sure. Why not? Don't think we're ever doing a heal hook infinite. No, that's not happening. Strength potion? I don't value it much. Actually, wait, no, it's with flechettes, it's actually incredible. Let's take that over the colorless potion. The Distilled Chaos is also amazing because of the Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye has turned out to be very, very good. Pretty happy we picked it up. Do we recall now? No, we upgrade the Wraith form. And then the Secret Technique. We can counter negative focus too, the power. Only get to retain 1, so I guess I'm playing the Wraith form now. Or I'm playing Bullet Time and just retaining the Wraith form. In which case, next turn I play the Wraith form, and what? Seems easier to just play and Purge now. So I think that is what I will do. Alright, Bouncing Flask not on point this time. That's alright. Panache also exceptional for this fight. Let's go Terror Backflip. Bullet times in hand. We can Secret Technique for Acrobatics, which is the top card anyway, which means I can Secret Technique for Prepared. Have an even better time here. These are sad draws, actually. So when's the best time to Flechettes? That's what I'm saying. Seems like it'd be now. Keep this. Seems fine. Get to set Sundial to 2 before the next fight. I'm in. Bag of Preparation. We draw more cards turn 1, like that wasn't happening enough already, and a Prepared Plus number 2. Yes, please. Now we're really in the business. I don't want to curse here, so we're not going to open the chest. We don't need to here, since we already have the blue key. Pro tip with Cursed Key. Don't open that chest. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Panache first. What are my secret tech options? Seek the Acro. Draw 2, draw 2. Draw 2 more. We can do a pretty good Flechettes here. Could just play the Wraith form, turn 1. Seems like a very reasonable idea. Sure. Backflip, prepared, bullet time. Seems like a pretty good turn 1. Oh yeah, I don't even retain, because that's not a thing anymore. We never retained. That's just not how it works. Get rid of that. Boop. Ooh. Get him. Actually, wait, I can do better. Times 7. The power of Flechettes. Now we're also immune to the first hit each combat, and we're being offered a Nightmare to allow us to make multiple copies of anything in the deck. Also very abusable with bullet time. You better believe I'm taking Nightmare here. That's a very breakable Nightmare. You can also transform a card. What would I dare transform? Neutralize is a nice zero-cost attack, actually. I want to keep Neutralize. I could transform a Defend, I suppose. Yeah, Defend can go. Get a Predator. That's probably better. Recall here so that I can upgrade something I find in the next 2 combats. I'm not sure it's going to matter. Oh, by the way, we can Secret Tech, too. So I'm allowed to Secret Technique Nightmare, and then Bullet Time, and then Nightmare Wraith Form. But that doesn't sound good enough to me. So, we're going to do something else. Might as well play this too. Secret tech for Acro. Can I secret tech for the bottom prepared? Oh, I don't know, actually. Yes, I managed to do it. Right, I'm not seeking 2 cards, so I'm not allowed to use the cheat. No cheats! Nightmare Panache. And I've got an emergency play if the Predator turns this into a curse. Good. We are actually losing buffer. That's kind of sad. But not really, because we have 5 intangibles, so what is damage to me anyway? 40 damage if we play enough cards. Will be enough. And we do want to play Predator again. Good. Get hacked. You stinky writhing mess. Kerbalam Entropic Brew with as many potion slots. Very good. If we wanted more damage against Heart, we could consider Caltrops here. But I think we're going to be okay against the Heart. Even as we are. This Flechette's is doing so much freaking damage after all. Let's dunk the regen potion. We'll be healing to full with the meal ticket in Act 4 anyway. Sure, let's dunk the regen potion. Yeah, Caltrops is okay. It's definitely usable here. I just think it's unnecessary. No attacks in hand, huh? And I want to Nightmare the Panache. Okay, so 1,000 cuts first, then Terror, then Acrobatics. Now we bullet time, now we bullet time. Oh, wait, that's not free, though. Right, that's why I was supposed to seek it first. That's fine. Doesn't matter. These nerds are dead anyway. Get a Panache. Destroyed. Power Potion's pretty good with Orange Pellets, too. Kind of an on-demand Orange Pellets activation. Maybe that's better than Distilled Chaos at this time? I don't know. We can set up the Distilled Chaos to be very good. I like all these potions a lot. Skip the Power Pot. Power Pot's an unknown. Everything else is a known use. Upgrading the Panache is good. I think I said I wanted to upgrade Secret Technique. Let's make that actually happen. Don't really need strength pots. I disagree based on the flechettes. I think the added damage to flechettes is enormous. We'd much rather have a flex potion, of course. Ooh, we get to do this differently this time? Fun. I could nightmare the 1,000 cuts, but they're kind of bad. So I guess it's not a very good idea, huh? Dang it. Fine. So what will I nightmare then? Asking the important questions. So, secret technique can fetch bullet time. Right. That's the goal here. Get bullet time into my hand. I guess we just play the turn now. Yeah, let's just lose this. It's going to make room in hand. So I can actually just directly acrobatics. Don't discard the reflex, though. Unless I actually don't want the Wraith form this turn. Let's not draw it. Already played 1,000 cuts. I think we already purged, right? So we secret tech for bullet time. A lot of stuff will happen. Do we want to backflip first? Or prepared first? I think we do. Get rid of the flechettes for this moment. So I do draw the Wraith form, actually. Okay, let's just get everything in play then. As best we can here. Don't actually have to play the Nightmare here. Let's hold the Nightmare. That sounds fun. The card drawing. Here we go. Nightmare, come back, please. Missed you so much. Nightmare. Alright, let's spread the damage out a little bit, because I think they're both going to get obliterated very fast. With quadruple panache in play, and 1,000 cuts. 45 damage for every 5 cards I play. That's pretty hype. That's pretty hype. Also, apparently, even with curses in the deck, I can do this with my turn. Somehow. With Dazed. That's pretty silly. Wait, what? Oh, that wasn't reflex. I understand. I understand. Boop. GG. To the Shapes twins. Two thump, two thump, two thump, a deep pulsing dread. Could be felt out the room is this. The heart of this spire, the source of all this flair and panache. This deck is ludicrous, and it's only going to be more ludicrous now that we've been stockpiling these potions just to make sure our endgame is nice and secure here. And I relish the opportunity, actually, to upgrade Panache. Upgrading Reflex is tempting, too. This is actually a genuinely very good source of damage. Let's do it. Yeah, casual 7-potion endgame, no kidding. Also, Abacus. Any Abacus lovers? The Abacus to end all Abacuses. Giving a 6 block whenever we shuffle the draw pile, something we've proven we can do very consistently. Or I could outright remove a card, which arguably is even better if we just have one fewer permanent card. But I think surely you can count on Abacus. I can actually see Expertise being maybe okay, but I think I'd rather just keep the deck as it is. Wow. How many Wraith forms have we gotten from the Enchilada recently? Good lord. And Bullet Time is the top card of the deck. Incredible. Just incredible. Okay, game. If that is your real name. Got Reflex in my hand. Now let's just get the Bullet Time. Don't make it complicated, like. I did that in slightly wrong order. We're losing dexterity, but I really don't think it's going to matter. And we can also get the negative dex back by simply purging again on this turn. Easy. So wait, we do how much damage? 56 damage to all enemies. Oh. Well, that seems a little rude to them, don't you think? Beautiful. Get a little bit more max health going into the heart, and some stuff I certainly don't need. Build your own grand finale, that's right. Surely there are laws against this sort of thing, they lamented, not knowing the true power of our stuff. Bit of a clogged turn 1 here. How do we know what 10... Oh yeah, Encridian, Bag of Prep, Bring of the Snake, 10 cards. Huh. I'd actually be reasonably happy using my Distilled Chaos now to hit Defend Dash Crippling Cloud. That also acts as a draw 3, helping me to find the bullet time here. What are we nightmaring in this combat? Could do the Nightmare Panache thing again. It's always an option. But we could also nightmare something else. If we wanted to. We could nightmare the Wraith form. The Secret Technique would be particularly funny to nightmare. I really like that, actually. Nightmare Secret Technique and kill with Flechettes here. I agree. Nightmare Wraith form is unnecessary, quite frankly. We're not going to need that. So we get to nightmare something else. And I actually quite like the Secret Tech upon review here. So I think that's what I want to do. Let me play this. This. Macro draws 4. Not really, though. Discard Neutralize and Ascender's Bane. And we'll be playing Wraith Form this turn, too. No reason not to. Probably use the Liquid Memories next turn. Seems more reasonable than anything else. So we just bullet time now? Predator's going to help, too. Or do we backflip? I think we just bullet time now. So, Nightmare the Secret Technique. Play the Wraith Form, play the Predator, play the Bouncing Flask. Next turn we'll use the Liquid Memories and then see what the Entropic Brew contains. Actually, draw that Defend, too. I'm immune! We're actually we played all the powers already, so we're no longer able to use the pellets to remove the vulnerable, but it doesn't matter because I'm intangible during the vulnerable turns. So, comes out in the wash. Those secret techniques don't do anything for the moment. It will momentarily. What would I like to Liquid Memories here? Bouncing Flask, Predator, not a lot actually. Could Liquid Memories bullet time and then cycle stuff out of the hand? Seems a bit odd, though. Let's just get the Piercing Wail and exhaust it, then. Save me the trouble here. Ooh, Cultist Potion. 1 strength per turn. Caw. Anything that needs to be upgraded? Maybe a block card? Regen doesn't do anything. Fear Potion can remove artifact later. We'll use it for that. We'll do it for that. And let's play the Die and the Slimed here. Want to reshuffle right now? Sure. It's going to be a really bad hand next turn unless I fix this, so we got to fix this. Secret Tech for Prepared. Next turn, backflip, acro. That looks good. Okay. Play this. Let these go. So many exhausting cards that are now gone. And we can truly lean into our cycle relics, finally. It's a good upgrade moment. Still is a decent upgrade moment. Defend, reflex. Sure. Upgrading reflex in particular seems decent. You have 7 skills. Let's Secret Technique for Prepared. Let's get this Ascender's Bane out of here. And Secret Tech for Secret Tech. But I can't Secret Tech again, so I won't. Those two. 15 times 7. The power. You can get in there too, Panache. Bouncing Flask, you're not invited. This is Flechette's moment to shine. Yeah. Secret Techs sure are nice. No longer intangible. That's interesting. Hadn't noticed that until this moment, but it seems kind of relevant, actually. Bullet time, what do you have to say about this? We have no dexterity? We have no dexterity. Curious. Well, get him, Flechettes. And then... get him... 1,000 cuts. Yeah, we do have buffer protecting us from this hit. Health bar protecting us from this. Assuming there is a this to protect us from. Secret Tech the Reflex. Easy. Draw every card. Discard the cards you don't like. Draw every card again. Wait, I end up with neutralized predator flechettes as the draw. Interesting. Doesn't matter much. 18 times 6 is the power we strike with. And that's a lot of power. GG. Mr. Hart, GG. What a fun set of silent cards that was. Just absolutely chonking with flechettes there. GG. GG. It's a good time. 6 activations of Abacus? That's, Didn't seem like it made much of a difference, but I'm glad we had it. When did we last take damage? Asks Little Turd. Great question. Let's see if the run history can answer that. We got pretty strong pretty quick on this one. I bet it's sometime in Act 2 with the striker moves. Before we had them all. That's my guess. But let's see. Perfect Heart, Perfect Shield and Spear. Perfect Donudeka. Perfect Shapes, Mass, Nemesis, Repto, Giant Head. Yeah, it took 0 damage Act 3. Bronze Automaton. We took a little bit on turn 2, I think. And a little bit on Gremlin Leader. Little bit to the early fights. But as soon as we got the Empty Cage... and, of course, the 3 removals from the merchants. We stopped taking any damage at all. We missed one. We lost max health to Whining Halls and took 10 damage to Sensory Stone, but we didn't take damage to any enemies, just events. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, floor 39. The Sensory Stone did 10 damage to me, but, you know, that was actually pretty good. Again, showing off the power of Secret Technique. We've been picking up this card and its corresponding secret weapon a little bit more often lately, and I've really liked it. Speaking of cards that my opinion has improved on, just even though it's only a draw 1, the fact that you get to choose the card, oh, so good. Draw the card you need. Very, very good. Alright, Twitch chat, it's break time for me. I'll be back in a few minutes. When my return occurs, we'll be playing Ascension 14 with the Defect. This is where things start to get really spicy. Defect higher Ascensions is definitely a real challenge. So, I'm quite curious to see what we'll have to deal with. Back in a few, and then it's robot time. Don't go nowhere, Twitch chat. All right, everybody, we're back. We're back. Happy Festivus to you, more better. Apologies for the wait there. There was a sandwich waiting for me to numb it when I went on break. And it was very good. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato. With mustard. Delicious. Very delicious. You're Ascension 14, right? That sounds correct. 14 is the number of our victory. It is. It is. Good old BLT. More better. Thanks for gifting us up to Jackalow. But greetings choose to you, too. What do we got here? Lose all gold for Transform 2. What is this shop layout? Hello? That is not usually what you want to see in Act 1. All the elites front-loaded? What the heck? Generally speaking, I really advocate on defect getting rid of all 4 of these strikes by any means necessary, turning them into really anything else. Defect attacks are better than this. Defect blocks are better than this. Even bad defect cards are better than strike, usually. Yeah, where's the 250 gold start? Alas. Maybe it's the boss swap is secretly a calling bell into Mob Bank, Courier, and Old Coin. That'd be a fun seeded run, actually. Calling bell swap into Mob Bank, Courier, Old Coin. First shop has membership card. Be a very cool start to a run. But I'll pay 99 gold to transform 2 of these strikes. Pretty much anything is better, right? Like Electrodynamics and Cold Snap, for example. These seem like they're better than strikes to me. A little bit better, yeah? Yeah, maybe Ceramic Fish, Courier, Old Coin. I could see that too. Yeah, slightly. Are you sure? Pretty good start, by all means. We got a head start on orbs. We've already got Electrodynamics to deal with Slime Boss. That's freaking enormous. And from here, we would like to further lean down the orb synergy path. Ideally. Focus would be excellent. Upgrades are not going to happen. Okay, interesting. Want some combats, some events going into the first fire here. Not sure if we'll go for these 2 elites or maybe the far left here. I like the very far left 3 elite path here. But let's see what our early card rewards look like. Alright, Joe Worm. I will respectfully take 2 damage from you. And then disrespectfully block you with Frost Orbs. Really like Cold Snap in the first 3 fights specifically, because so many of the Act 1 enemies do the block of a defend and then a little bit more. So, 2 defends plus 2 full blocks of Jawworm. It's hard to do that with just defends. But the Frost Orb lines up perfectly, numerically. Might have actually had a kill if I dual casted a Lightning there. Doesn't matter. Get an Entropic Brew from the first enemy. And a Doom and Gloom, Bullseye, or Cool-Headed. I actually have to think about this, because all of these are good options. It's funny as heck. The Mohalebi asks, do I go back to Ascension 0 if we lose? Yes. You have to win all the runs of the Ladder Streak Challenge. Yeah, Doom a little worse with Electro. I'm actually wondering about Bullseye here. Bullseye is cheaper than the Doom and Gloom and allows us to target one enemy to focus the power of the Electrodynamics upon. And then we'll prioritize upgrading the Electro and the Zap, presumably. Cool-Headed's also not terrible here. It's basic, but card draw is good. I think we'd rather invest in our damage early. Let's try it. Let's try Bullseye over Doom and Gloom, given that we already have the Electro. And I'll happily lose some max health for an early Golden Idol. It's only 5 max health here. This is the last Ascension level where events have reduced impact. The power. I think it's Bullseye, Cold Snap, Defend. Take 1. I don't see a way to full block here. Tempting to go Electro Bullseye or Electro Dual Cast, but that won't get them both. We take 8. Zorak75, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Do we succeed in our 400 wins for the year? We sure did. Got there last week. We sure did. We did it. Nine plus 6 equals a kill. Yeah, this deck is already performing well above curve, having, well, some quality defect cards and -2 strikes already. Actually, a very good opportunity for a recursion here. Although we'd have to upgrade the recursion. Could be an excellent way to additionally proc our orbs. I'd say Compile Driver is also very reasonable here, drawing 2 cards most of the time. And being a decent attack besides. Sure, I'm fine with 1 Compile Driver. Wouldn't take 2 yet. That would have been better if I'd taken the Doom and Gloom. 18 plus 4. So we can actually just kill you outright, yeah? Perish. You too. Alright, not a lousy start. Here we go, another Cold Snap or a Ball Lightning. I think with the Electro, we value the Ball Lightning more highly than the Cold Snap. So let's add 1 Ball Lightning, and now I think we're pretty much complete as far as Act 1 cards go. This is spectacular in terms of Act 1 defect quality, especially if we can get another strike removed at some point. From here, just add upgrades, add relics, and we're off to an amazing start to this run. Maybe we'll get a removal in an event. Let's travel straight to the heart. Maybe not that strong, but we are doing pretty well. Nerox71, thanks for the half year. Heck yeah. Do I want to curse? I don't know. No. We're not going to any shops. I mean, I could path into the Burning Elite, but that seems ridiculous. So no. I don't want this curse. I do want... probably to upgrade the Zap, actually, over the Electro. This is a reusable free Lightning Orb. This is a once per combat extra Lightning Orb, although I do like getting both upgraded eventually. Could also invest in the damage of our attack cards. There's never wrong to do. If we were going to upgrade an attack, the Bullseye is the best one, because we also get 1 more lock-on. But I think Zap first. How often do I take the curse? From the Serpent, it's a particularly bad deal. So almost never from the Serpent. It's okay with Omamori, or okay if you have a shop coming up immediately, but rarely is it worthwhile. Shame there's no Bullseye in this hand, otherwise this is a really good turn 1. We could consider drinking the Entropic Brew now to figure out if we have a potion that we want to use against Grumlinob. Grumlinob, definitely one of the most threatening things against Defect in Act 1. I'm not really worried about Lagavulin or Sentries. So yeah, let's drink the Entropic Brew now. We've got a Block Pot and a Strength Pot. Neither will actually do anything this turn, but I think the Block Potion will get used in this fight. Dual Cast Electro, then we have 3 orbs. Yeah, that's perfect. Better than Strike Electro. 3 Lightning Orbs is actually very good damage. If we can draw the Bullseye... Hey... Can make a lot happen here. Boop. Flippity. Flappity. Look at that damage. Very good. Pick ourselves up a blood vial, healing us 2 at the start of each combat. And we're offered Chaos if we want the Compile Driver to do more stuff. Pretty good orb card overall. Heat Sinks is interesting. What about Charge Battery, though? Don't neglect your block as defect. It's really easy to just be like, attack cards and powers. Easy. But then where the block at? Here's the block at. Yeah, I'll take a Charge Battery. And immediately, I'm glad we have it. What I like about Charge Battery is that it's quite efficient block, and you get bonus energy on the next turn, allowing you to do potentially more than usual with your high energy turn. Electro is in play. Okay, you're both just dead then. Good stuff. 25 gold, nice. Do we take a capacitor? A little early for a capacitor. Don't like it much without focus, but this would be a reasonable time to pick it up. Because we already have very good orb generation. Interesting. When in doubt, cool-headed's fine too. Capacitor can actually really complicate early combats by making it more difficult for us to evoke our orbs. I really strongly discourage early capacitors, in part for this reason. I'm going to take the cool-headed here. Ooh, and maybe it gets upgraded by Warpaint? I'm extremely happy with 2 random skill upgrades. Even Defends are good upgrades here. What our options are Defend, 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 Dual Cast, Charge Battery, Cool-headed. Just 2 Defends. And that's fine. Defect Defends are pretty useful the whole run through, and I'll definitely be happier with the +3 there. Gotten some underwhelming but still useful relics early on. I'm actually quite happy with this as a start. And I bet these sentries are going to be very hecked. Do I want a power potion? I think we can save the power potion for Slime Boss or even Lagavulin, maybe. Strength potion for Grumlinob. This fight should be easy, right? We just play the electrodynamics and then we win. But next turn could hurt. Good news is we have tons of health, so I think we'll be okay. Yeah, that's a good draw. A little hesitant to Compile Driver because it could draw Electro that I'd then be not easily able to play. I think I'm just going to block for 15 here and strike instead of Compile Driver. It's the middle one now. That way we have 4 energy on this turn. We get to play Electrodynamics. Blap, blap. Cold Snap. And if I evoke this, you're also dead next turn. Perfect. Just a brutal fight for the poor sentries. GG. Get the Mercury Hourglass, one of my favorite relics to find going into a Slime Boss fight. 3 damage per turn to every enemy. That's going to help a lot in Act 2. And what's that? A Seek? Oh. That seems good. One of my favorite cards on the defect. One of the most powerful cards in the game, if you ask me. Seek lets you fetch anything, possibly 2 anythings from the draw pile. And boy, am I stoked for 2 more random upgrades here. Come on, Seek Plus. It's only 13 health, thanks to the power of not yet being on A15. Get Electro Plus, Ball Lightning Plus. That's pretty good. Alright, and then I'll take the Seek Plus. So again, we're on floor 12. We have Electrodynamics Plus, Ball Lightning Plus, Seek Plus, Zap Plus, and we're down 2 strikes. Also, 2 defends are upgraded. This is a very, very silly defect run already. Okay, here's where the Strength Potion's going to do most of the work, I think. Second Gremlin Knob. I think we'd rather put Lightning Orbs up front just to get the kill as quickly as possible. But there's a difference here between Cold Snap first and then Ball Lightning, or Ball Lightning first and then Cold Snap. The order of the orbs can matter quite a lot on defect. And it's kind of tricky to know exactly which one you want in which slot. It's really dependent on what else is in the deck and what draws you think you can get. Let's see. If I play Electro, we're going to deal 12 plus 12 plus 4, 4, 4. 12. So we don't quite kill the Gremlin Knob here. So what if I were to block then? Zap Cool-Headed External do plenty of damage? Yeah, let's full block the knob here. Since we've got that bullseye effect for one more turn. Satisfying. Oh my god, the upgrades! The upgrades! The deck is so upgraded. Whetstone is here to join company and upgrade 2 random attacks. No need for Sweeping Beam. We've got Electro. What about a Self-Repair? Self-Repair is almost always welcome in a defect deck. Happy to have a Self-Repair. Bullseye and Cold Snap get upgraded. That's amazing. Wow, this is a premium set of cards. Ludicrous. Just ludicrous. There is no relic equivalent for powers, no. Nothing that would upgrade 2 random powers, alas. But now I also want to play the Self-Repair, huh? Interesting. Oh, I seek Electro Zap. Play the Self-Repair, play the Electro. Yeah, they're actually all did with just the Electro. There we go. Staring at that for a minute. I think a Go for the Eyes would be okay here, but I think with the quality of the deck as it is, we no longer need to add really any unupgraded cards, and we can start to skip aggressively, especially through Act 2. We'll just look for upgraded cards. If we see ones that we like, good. If we don't, no biggie. I think I'm going to continue to upgrade our card draw here. I don't think we need the Self-Repair upgraded with the Blood Vial yet. Charge Battery is also a nice upgrade. Actually, yeah, I'm going to upgrade the front-loaded block over the Cool-Headed. Not something I often do, but something I've really enjoyed doing is upgrading block cards. They do feel a lot nicer when they've got a bit more oomph to them. You just go Bullseye, Electro, Zap, so give me the Ascender's Bane. Have some zapping. Clean 50 damage turn 1. Next turn looks pretty good. Give me Frost Orb. Yeah. Next turn still looks good. Because the Compulsive will draw 2. Draw 2. Huzzah. Split with 33 health. We've got Electro chipping away. We've got Mercury Hourglass chipping away. Seems fine to me. Okay, you're already interrupted. Can full block with Charge Battery or play the Bullseye and completely kill the Spike Slimes. I don't think that's necessary. Take the block. Yeah, satisfying. Very satisfying. Double Electro. Or actually, genuinely Thunderstrike is not bad here. With Zap, Electro, Ball Lightning, we definitely have good Lightning Orb generation. But honestly, just having 2 copies of Electro feels pretty cool to me. I'm going to take a second Electro here. This lets us start taking maybe copies of Storm. Or something. Oh man, we can remove the remaining 2 strikes. Or we can get more energy either by the Busted Crown, giving us less card rewards in the future, or Philosopher's Stone, giving enemies extra strength. Yeah, quite the shocking deck, quite the shocking turn of events here. Like I said, I'm a firm believer in removing strikes on defect. This deck would even like to remove the unupgraded defense, so I really like the empty cage that we're being offered here. We saw on the silent empty cage doing really good work. I've continued to espouse this relic as worthy amongst the boss relics. The longer and longer I play Spire, the more I see that it's not always very powerful, just like energy isn't always very powerful. But when it's good, it's really good. And I think it's very, very good here. I could remove 2 defends at 2 shops. That is tempting. Deeply tempting. 2 shops also lets me look at 2 powers. Thinking of this opening to the act specifically. That could maybe let us find focus. I'm also looking for, at this time, energy generating cards. Turbo specifically, but also double energy or aggregate would be okay. And I'm looking for card draw, too. Good card draw, like Skim. But without that much energy, we really don't have the ability to do a whole lot. Each turn. Defend Plus and Cold Snap's pretty good. Okay, yeah, let's just get to 3 orbs here. Take a little bit. Funny these both rolled the same health here. Could Electro here. Doesn't look like we get a kill doing so. But Electro Defend is good enough anyway. Though that doesn't get the self-repair played, huh? Cool-Headed could result in a KO on one of them. If I defend, I just take 4. That's fine. See you later, nerds. Flex Potion doesn't seem as useful as the other potions. Here's a Heat Sinks. There's card draw. Okay. Yes, we're going to spec into many powers now. And if we play a power card, draw a card. Sign me up. Ooh, Recursion's here. Preserved Insect is here. Frozen Eye is here. And Static Discharge is here. Insect would definitely make the Elites of Act 2 much easier to tackle. And is always welcome for that reason. Frozen Eye also quite good. Although I'll note that in a deck with so few starter cards, I actually don't value the Frozen Eye that much. I am going to remove one of our defends. 254. So yes, I will be able to afford to remove in the next shop if I buy the insect. Let's do it. Let's do it. Problem. I have detected a problem. That a big enough problem to make me use a potion. Yes. Question mark. But not this turn. We'll use a skill potion a couple turns from now? Not sure. Okay, so no, actually it worked out perfectly. Nice. Keep the potions. Unupgraded cards, not even the claw, may join. Deck's too perfect as it is. What do you got? Shop number 2. No storm. Equilibrium's nice. But I'm here for a defend remove, so that's what I'll take. So we're in the middle of Act 2. We have no strikes and only 2 defends. That is quite a place to be at without a Pandora's box. Also, ouch. I think this is my skill potion. What do you got? Aggregate, Recycle, Tempest. This is 2 extra energy, which lets me draw 1 more card. Sure. I could do Cold Snap, Electro, Dual Cast. Not much better than what I got going on, though. Let's do Defend. Cold Snap, Electro. That's fine. Have some zaps. Okay, potion required. Second heat sinks. Okay. You know what they say, 2 heat sinks are better than 1, right? I like it. And I'll take the path with the upgrade over the Burning Elite here. Maybe it's right to go for Burning Elite, but I am still a little scared here. Book of Stabbing in particular. I think we want to now upgrade Dual Cast. We're on low base energy and we're drawing a ton of cards, so any 0-cost cards we can create are very powerful now. Greetings, tiny slavers. Welcome to your doom. Looks like a pretty underwhelming Act 1, or Turn 1. I guess I could go Charge Battery, Ball Lightning, Self-Repair, and we can probably beat them next turn. But, a little uninspiring here with the Ascender's Bane. We could try to Compel Reverse, see if we get better stuff, but with only 3 energy, there's only so much we can do. Don't know if the Strength Potion makes a difference. Doesn't feel like it does. Princess Aram, thanks for 19 months. Twitch recap revealed you watch me play more than you play Spire yourself. Here's to many more indeed. Have some zaps. Echo Form. Dang it. That's not Echo Form at all. Okay. Well, I can bottle heat sinks and be very happy with that. Very happy with that. This is funny bottle options. But yes, bottling heat sinks is incredible. If this run finds a mummified hand, oh boy. We can only hope. Do we take a capacitor? Now that I have a bottled heat sinks? Sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. Might take some beatings along the way, though. Thank goodness for self-repair. Rack bar, what's the defect's favorite fruit? Self-repair. So Electro's in play. Seems unlikely I can kill the Centurion here. Tricky, tricky. Dual cast, we deal 24. How do we block, though? Do we actually block? Doesn't seem like we do. That's also remarking that we don't block. Trouble. Trouble, trouble. Aha. More powers. More card draw. But still, I should have taken that steam barrier. Actually, I don't think I need the skim. Consume is our first source of focus. Maybe that's what I should be taking. We did take the capacitor. This is the focus we need. Problem is, it's a little slow. Energy-wise, but this is probably it. Ooh, and that'll be good. Eternal Feather heals us when we visit a rest site. Problem is, we just have to get through this elite first. The tiny gremlin leader. Look how cute they all are. Adorable. Simply adorable. So I could go Heatsinks Electro, or let's see. 9 plus 8, 17. Okay, so yeah, this will kill both gremlins. So yeah, let's go Heatsinks Electro then. Hopefully leader won't attack me here, but we'll see. Good. So we apply the bullseye, and then we just apply pressure. Seek the capacitor and the dual cast. And the dual cast? No. And the thing I don't want to draw next turn. Cool headaches. Okay, we should play it though. Peace pipe. I already removed all the bad cards anyway. I guess we could remove a few more, right? No, we got upgrades to get. Meteor Strike, what? I can't play that. Mostly useless, but Peace Pipe Eternal Feather is pretty cool together. It would let me take curses? That's true. That's true. And then another card removal. I could remove Compile Driver, I guess. The defend pluses are okay. Can't believe we're removing Compile Driver. What? I don't have to pay 75 gold for this. Maybe this isn't a good use of 75 gold. No, it's the children who are wrong. Get out of here. I can effectively dig? Think I'd rather upgrade a card, though. Yeah, I think I'd rather upgrade a card. Sorry, bud. Although I want the mummy hand. Give me a mummy hand. That's a meal ticket. You give me a mummy hand. This whole courtroom is a mummy hand. It's a good fight for the power potion, maybe. Strength potion seems like it's no longer relevant. Maybe this is a good fight for it. I'm going to use one potion. Let's make it the weaker potion. Go Heat Sinks, Defend, Zap, Bullseye. Bullseye is essential here. For big single targets like this thing, that's our main way to dish out the damage. Go charge battery defend. Not sure about this turn though. Ooh, that's promising. Go ball lightning. Cool-headed dual cast. Very good. Preserved Insect made a big difference this run. Data Disc is no mummy hand, but it is amazing, giving us 1 focus automatically. All these orbs are going to hit so much harder momentarily. And let's upgrade Consume for Bronze Automaton, so that we can get a bit more focus for our orb slots. Let me double check. We double Consume. You can either have 3 orb slots, 7 focus, or 4 orb slots, 5 focus. I want the more focus. How's it going, brand new Skinner? Glad to hear it. You're joining us for a reattempt of the Ladder Streak Challenge, where we're trying to win streak all the Ascension levels in Slay the Spire. Trying to win on all Ascensions level 1 through 20 in a row without losing. Pretty tough. Ridiculously tough, in fact. How many times have I done this? I've attempted the ladder challenge probably close to 100 times. We've succeeded at the ladder challenge 5 times. Y'all are dead. I'll take a block orb. That's what they're called, right? Block orbs? Yeah, let's just get this down. Okay, let's get this out of rotation too. Hyper Beam next turn, huh? Should probably charge battery then. Or have a block orb in play. Go the battery route. Can always survive this hit with hit points if needed, but we're not going to block it all that well. Unfortunately, I didn't set up a particularly good defensive plan here. This works out okay. A mere 38 to the face. That's where a power potion with buffer might have been maybe really good. Don't think I want to consume another time. Almost done with this fight. I think that fight actually highlighted a little bit how, although we have an immensely powerful upfront performance with this deck, our long-term, our ability to scale up to the bosses is not there, not yet. Echo Form could help. Second Seek could help. I could even really get with a buffer here to give us setup time. Any of these are actually pretty good. Echo Form in particular is kind of juicy. Currently really can't afford to play Echo Form. We're still missing the crucial energy-generating cards. And with the double heatsinks, actually, we're able to draw so many cards in one turn. I really don't see the Echo Form being that good. Hard to go wrong with the second Seek, that's for sure. I'll take this buffer. We need ways to stop enemies that are hitting us immediately. Alright, well, insert or consume is a thing. For unlimited focus scaling. Astrolabe could transform and upgrade cards, but what the heck would I transform? We already got rid of every card that we could possibly even conceive to remove, and replaced it with good stuff. Last option, Sozu for more energy. More energy is huge, and with double power potion, I'm actually pretty happy taking that into the endgame. But all we need is an energy generating card, and this deck will work just fine. We do have to go for the Burning Elite. That could be a challenge here. Spooky. We absolutely have to find something like a turbo. Or else... Is there nothing that can be done? It's a tricky turn, actually. Let's see. So I'll evoke one. They do 9 apiece. I can Electro, then Ball Lightning, then Dual Cast. So I'll do 9 plus 9 plus 2 more 9s, and then another 12. So 36 plus 12, 48 damage to all of them. So I'd have to hit you with the Ball Lightning to kill. Still take a bunch of damage. Take genuinely 18 damage to that. Can I do better than taking 18? I don't think that I can, actually. Okay. Very well. Thankfully, we have lots of ways to restore health. Meal Ticket, Eternal Feather, and the Self-Repair. So I am not particularly concerned. Okay, there we go. We talked about Go for the Eyes earlier. Didn't take it because it wasn't upgraded. This one is. Give me that. Pre-weakness. Very helpful. Souvenir could be interesting. Blocking the first debuff each combat. If we want a way to block, actually Panic Button is kind of a big deal too. Cannot gain block from 2 turns, but we get 30 block immediately for 0 cost, and that's huge. Loop can help a little bit. Nice with the insert or consume. Kind of expensive, though. Souvenir is definitely really nice in Act 3. What image is that on Panic? That's the champ doing his execute. It's one of my favorite beta arts in the game. Buying that Panic Button. Feels like a pretty good Panic Button. I think we'll be able to spot several times. It's really good. Not worth taking the event there. But maybe the next event will be good. You never know. Until you try. Satisfying. Upgraded recursion. There we go. More free cards. Although we're actually not that powerful card drawers either. That skim was also quite welcome. Might need our buffer this turn. Oh yeah, we do. Give me the buffer. Or the Panic Button. That's actually a great turn for Panic Button, too. Cute. Aw. see. Consider Ball, Lightning, Cool-Headed. There we go. Just more orbs. Our enemy scales up, so shall we. Feels like we need a little bit more Frost Orb generation. Second go for the eyes plus. Interesting. Act boss is the awakened one. I don't think we need to. That's interesting, though. If you want front-loaded blocks, well, not front-loaded. If you want block for the late game, is what I should say. Stack can be quite something. Actually, wait, what about Force Field? That's the secret sauce. Force Field, 0 cost, block 12, because we are power spam galore. Give me a Force Field. I didn't even notice that initially. Alright, what upgrade is most important in life? Buffer. Actually, Heat Sinks Plus also really good. Let's get this upgraded. Bottled it needs to be upgraded. Needs to be, I tell you. Nemesis shouldn't be too scary against this deck. Nemesis gives you plenty of free turns. Although this is 4 Strength Nemesis. Oh dear. That's a different story. I think it's Power Potion time. We didn't take the Sozu. Power Potion will draw 2 and make Force Field cheaper here. The Bias Cog seems really apt right about now. Hello. This looks better. We can go Zap, Charge Battery, Electrodynamics Force Field, Dual Cast, Recursion, Full Block. Very nice. And then this happens, but we have Buffer for the... wait, where's Buffer? Oh no! And I can't seek it. We only draw 2 when we play Heat Sinks. Cool-Headed, play Repair. Well, what if we don't draw the Repair? Off the Cool-Headed. What then? Then we cry, right? Well, that's why we consider other options that might not have the possibility of crying. Gotta look at all the choices. Might have a lethal here. There's Bullseye Electrodynamics. Is a fun little option. How much damage can I do with that? I'll be able to seek any 2 cards, right? Yeah, so I can actually seek Zap, Dual Cast, or Recursion Dual Cast. So going to do 18 damage per evoke. So if I go Bullseye, we do 11. Calculator time. This is 1 evocation. 2 evocations. 3, 4, 5 evocations. So 5 times 18. Plus 11 plus... oh yeah, that's super duper lethal. So yeah, why Cool-Headed and try to self-repair when I can do this? Electro... wait, oh, I was supposed to do Bullseye before I did that. Still gets a kill, though. Bullseye, Electro, Cool-Headed. Go for the eyes. Seek. Zap, Dual Cast. Zap, Dual Cast. Blap, blap, blap. That's the better way through the fight. I think we actually just unironically take a cold snap because I want another frost orb. Give me that. Smiling Mask is here? That's funny. Do I go this way? Shop seems questionable. Actually, no, shops are good, because shops gives us options for spending this money, like orange pellets or something. Although I don't have enough money. Don't have enough money for mummified hand, alas. Don't think that'll stop me. Shoptions. Ow. Plus it heals me from the damage these nerds deal to me. How dare you? Hey, this first time panic buttons actually look pretty good. I didn't even need the block, actually. Never mind. Panic button, you looked awful. There it is. I was hoping. Storm. Whenever you play a power card, channel one lightning. Yes, please. That's going to give us a lot of free lightning orbs to work with. I want it. I wants it. And I'll play panic button to get it. Second force field? Yeah, I mean, we added so many powers to the deck. Let's do it. Oh, maybe I wanted turbo? Didn't even see the turbo. It's like, zero cost card, that's good. Who even needs a turbo? Here's the turbo. Alright, I'll buy that one. That sounds pretty good. Could also remove something for 50 gold if I needed that for some reason. I don't know why you'd need card removals, though, in Slay the Spire. I guess the defend pluses are worse than the force fields are. So the defend pluses can go. Interesting. All right, defend plus. You're out. You served me well, but it's time. It's time for you to go now. Definitely Turbo Plus, by the way. With like a hologram. Doesn't quite prevent the buffer from being lost, so I don't care. Very smooth Repto fight. Get a bag of prep for more cards turn one. Very happy to see it. What about an Amplify to allow me to double my powers? Wow. Okay. I'll just go ahead and make that an Amplify plus. And see what happens. Now, we are fighting Awaken one, but something I'll point out... Actually, two things I'll point out about the Awaken one here. is that 1, on this Ascension level, Awaken 1 only gets 1 strength per power we play, and 2, even if this was Ascension 20, I have Inserter plus Consume, and so Awaken 1 stands no chance. No chance whatsoever. Dead Branch an interesting option or more of a chaos creator for Shiv Silent? I think it's usually very good. It is going to create chaos, but it'll be good chaos. There is a small chance it completely screws you, so good luck. But it's only a small chance. So we've got our Amplify upgraded. I want, what, Amp Capacitor early? Amp Heatsinks Capacitor? Sure. Don't have our focus yet. Some orbs. Other thing, playing powers against Awaken 1 can still be worth it, even if they're gaining strength, because you don't redraw the power, and that's a desirable effect, not redrawing the power. I'm okay with what we have, though. Let's just slap a bird. Okay, I draw 4 if I play Electro. I think we want to play Consume, though. This is not a good turn to panic button. It is okay to take some damage here. How's it going, Logical Octopus? Okay, I think we tank some damage here. We've got plenty of healing coming up next act. And it should be the only harm we need to come to, I think. Although... Wrong storm here? I'm not sure. Alright, we'll play Storm? Play Storm here. And Electro. Okay, go for the eyes is critical against the Awakened one in reducing that mass damage that they're capable of. Okay, things look fine now. Here we go. Spooky for a moment. But only for a moment. Recursion lets me keep the Frost Orbs. That's good. Those lightning orbs just chunking away the Awakened oneself. Just devastating, really. So we always buffer this hit no matter what. Also, I am a Block Lord now. You can't stop me. And the longer the fight goes on, the more orb slots we get. The power of the Inserter is here. GG. Alright, we're easily through the Awakened one, into Act 4 with our Powerful deck of cards. Charge your core to its maximum, dealing 1526 to the heart. And we're up to full health here. One last upgrade. Probably buffer is wise. We could also upgrade one of the force fields, maybe. Or the cool-headed, actually kind of important. I no longer feel like the capacitor upgrade matters all that much. Although it could also be significant here. Upgrade the buffer. No second boss yet. More frost seems prudent. I think a potion of capacity might be better than a strength potion. An upgrade potion might be better than either of them, though. There's a lot of upgrades we don't have that would be really nice to get with this Blessing of the Forge. And we can afford Cool-Headed, Defend, Remove, Blessing of the Forge, which I think is quite good, actually. Stifle the Steeple. How's it going, Scuba Squeeb? Thanks for 16 months. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Blessing of the Forge, Cool-Headed, Remove, Defend. And then we have all of the strikes and defends have been removed from this deck. And we toked one curse. Good for us. No Mummified Hand, at least not unless the elites drop the Mummified Hand. But I still see some really good stuff we can do here. This could also just be Electro, Charge Battery, Recursion. Kind of no nonsense. But if I don't amp heat sinks, then what am I even doing? Guess that means I cool-headed rather than playing Electro? That seems reasonable. Oh no, I should have charged battery instead. Right. That's fine. Frost in front. Here goes. Next turn we have Power Potion for draw 4 if we need to. Looks like we don't need to. But we are a little concerned. Seek Turbo and what? Turbo and Electro, Turbo and Heat Sinks. Those are both pretty good. I don't feel the need to use either of our potions at the moment. We're going to draw both of the force fields this turn. Let's get the Electro. We should dual cast this Frost Orb, too. Go Force Field, Zap. Heat Sinks. Draw the Turbo again. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Can I get a kill on either of them? Doesn't seem like it. These evokes are only 9 damage apiece currently. Although... an Electro and then dual cast if I want to. Could also buffer here. Kind of interesting. And can always amplify self-repair to get some of this health back too. Okay, let's Electro dual cast. Because we also get to Force Field. Very nice. Alright, I block for 63. Incoming damage is, guess what, Twitch chat? 63. Exact block. The power. Oh, crap. Actually, this is fine, right? Yes, this is fine. That's 16 damage, so you die. Okay. Exact lethal. The exactination. That's what we call exacting revenge, Twitch chat. Oh, and we're winning. Oh no! My self-repair. Oh well. Sundial might actually be kind of important on this deck. Tempest, Barrage, Rebound. Rebound could do stuff, but I think less cards is more. Onwards. At 59 health, that ought to be good enough. Probably. Good turn for Power Potion turn 1. I could use the Power Potion with the Amplify, maybe? But then things like Echo Form and Creative AI are better on turn 1. What do we got here? Heat Sinks, Capacitor, Loop. Loop will be nice. Loop helps us block Beat of Death. We'll take a Loop. No nonsense. We'll take a Loop. Which better Heat Sink seems okay. And let's get a Frost Orb in play here. We'll even put it in front so we can start looping it. Could have Blessing to forge the loop. I would rather upgrade the Cool Headeds and the Capacitor if possible. Although the Force Fields were also a nice contender there. Alright, multi-hit first. What's our block option? Not happy to see Buffer here. It's not good. We could also upgrade the Panic button, potentially. Do we restart if we die here? We restart the whole ladder? Yes. From the very beginning. If we perish here. So we must win this fight by all possible measures. Tricky situation for sure. The powers draw 2. I'd really like to keep Buffer around for a big hit next turn, but it doesn't seem like that might be possible. We'd like to draw to try to get the Panic button, the Go for the Eyes, the Seek. Although there is a Void we'd like to avoid. Can upgrade the Cool Headed for one more draw. It's really not that impactful, though. Makes me wonder if I should be playing Buffer first. Or even playing Electro first. There are draws where we could keep the Buffer, but they're not that likely. Guess I'll Electro for card draw first. Okay, those are not what we're looking for. Okay, now we can upgrade both Cool Headeds at least, so let's do that. And then play the other one. Pretty sad draw here. We're a little bit worried. At least we maybe have Go for the Eyes Panic button next turn. Okay, here's Panic button. 22 block this turn. I won't be able to get block from block cards next turn, but guess what? There are no block cards in the draw pile, so there is no downside to this. Hope we stay alive here. This is concerning indeed. Okay, there's Go for the Eyes and Seek. Go for the Eyes takes us down to 50. That alone keeps me barely alive, technically, right? Looks tough. Could also draw a ton of cards with the Amplify. tricky. Very tricky. So let's play Go for the Eyes and reassess the situation. 50 damage incoming. We're currently at 46 plus 6. 52. So I can play one card? Oh, jeez. And the force fields can't do anything. Tricky. Yeah, beat up that's only one here, to be clear, thanks to the Ascension level. So we are allowed to play one card. I think it's going to be next turn we play it. We play Capacitor. Don't amplify it. That's spooky. We still have buffer though, right? We do. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to end the turn. Go to 2 here. Play Capacitor. Just one time. Go to 1 here. That wise, though? I might need that next turn. But I need the Capacitor in play, too. I don't know. Don't worry, the burn can't kill me. Frost Orb. Come on, buffer. Hey, that works. Okay, we're not dead. Good. Very good. Excellent. Six, focus. Can amp buffer. That's kind of fun. Next turn looks really scary, though. I see cool-headed heat sinks here. Any way to get Frost in front? That's what I'm looking for. We actually have to seek the buffer. No, don't forget to seek the buffer. The buffer's the thing keeping me alive. Smarts. No, I can't get the Frost in front because I have to play the buffer. I kind of forgot about it for a minute there. Gotta play the buffer. Alright, next turn looks pretty problematic, actually. I don't know that we're actually going to survive here. That is spooky. Looks like we might not. Dang, Twitch chat. Dang. Couldn't quite pull it together, huh? GG. The ladder streak comes to a close with the defect at Ascension 14. A little bit more health coming out of the Elite fight would not have changed things for us. That is a tragic close to things, but is where this attempt must end, alas. What were we lacking for the heart? We lacked upfront block. Although, quite frankly, if we were able to buffer that first 67 hit, this would have been so much different. But because we didn't have a way to cover the beat of death while also getting set up, we weren't quite able to do it. GG. GG. So it ends. Yeah, lacking just one hologram. I think hologram would have made the big difference there. I do not think the defend pluses would have made the difference in the heart fight. I think they only would have made it worse. But hologram would have made it way better. GG. Double Electro. I'll note that. I've never had good results with multi-Electros. Interesting. Reverse ladder? No, we simply do not have time. So our Spire content is by and large done for this year. We've got a few streams next week. On Tuesday, we're going to be playing Disco Elysium, the final cut. That was our game-voted game this month. Amplify wasn't a good decision. I agree. Amplify never lined up properly. Having only the one turbo for energy generation was also problematic. Bottled heat sinks didn't work out nearly as well as I wanted either. That was interesting. Been playing that all week. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it. It's been very popular with the community. For the rest of today, I think what I want to do is check out some of the new content in Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors recently got a DLC, which I was passed a code for. We've enjoyed some Vampire Survivors on stream before. By the way, the DLC is like $1.50 in accordance with Vampire Survivors' pricing scheme. So if you've enjoyed Vampire Survivors, it's very cheap to pick up. Ladder was a dud. Now it's time for the spud. Not quite. Not quite. What's new? Alas, the ladder ends. That was a good attempt at the ladder. I'm not surprised ultimately to lose to a heart fight on the defect. Defect really can struggle with the heart battle. I don't know what we did wrong with heart. Maybe if the one thing I could think of that might have made a big difference was the second go for the eyes plus. Although he took a force field over that, who knows. Force field's good too. Ugh. We were so close to being set up there, but it didn't quite work out. We had to just tank too much damage in the first cycle. Maybe a different potion? I don't know. I don't know. Either way, GG Twitch chat. We're swapping over to Vampire Survivors. I'm over here now. It's been a little bit since we played Vampire Survivors. The Brotato-like, I think they call it. Welcome back. Wait. OBS. Behave. You must behave. Vampire Survivors? I see it trying to capture, but it's like glitching. I don't remember what to do when it does this. Oh wait, didn't I make a specific... I remember having a specific source to capture Vampire Survivors, now that I remember. Let's see. Maybe I can get it with a window capture. Or maybe if I change the option to full screen. Maybe it'll work then. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's right. Okay, has to be a different kind of capture. There we are. Vampires don't show up in mirrors or in OBS, apparently. So, what's new in the Vampire Survivors DLC? I believe there's new stuff to unlock in the unlocks menu. There should also be, I hear, a new stage to select at stage select. Let's enact a couple power-ups here first, though. Get our revival. And we also buy armor? Yeah. Okay. And we might need money for character unlocks, too. They always cost money. I forget about that. So, I'm not sure who the new character added with the DLC is called. What is this game style called? Survivor? Yeah, generally speaking. The premise is that you're controlling the movements of a character that has passive attacking weapons, and there are hordes of enemies that you seek to avoid. Bullet heaven also used as a term here, while your weapons attack them. The enemies will drop materials or crystals that we have to pick up in order to level up and get new unlocks. Let's try Marabio. Doesn't say anything for your powers? It's interesting. You have different stats than the other characters. It's not listed, though. Curious. Not yet discovered. And Mount Moonspell. I think that's the new one, right? Mount Moonspell. Ancestral home of a fallen clan, now overrun by yokai and oni. In this world where the sun doesn't shine, the night is victorious. I'm going to play with Arcanas. We'll play in not hyper mode. That's even actually, the box disappears for hyper mode. Curious. All right. Let's do a run and see what happens. So at the beginning of the game, the randomizo appears. And we get to choose essentially a starting card. Deals critical hits. This is a weapon we're starting with. Any other stuff that interacts with our starting weapon? Give me slash. Doubles overall crit damage. So apparently our starting weapon is tons of daggers. Let me see if I can actually view the description of this thing. The jams. So every time you level up in Vampire Survivors, you're given a choice of one of 3 pieces of equipment, essentially. Either a new item to add to your character. You've got a max of 6 weapons and 6 support items. Or to level up an existing item that you have. Oh, it is actually the evolved knife. Got it. Interesting that we started with that. Let me Shadow Pinion, too. So this is... Can I actually view it? I guess this is the gimmick of this character, is that you start with an evolved knife, but we don't actually have necessarily anything else going on. Curious. I'm getting lots of projectiles, so the lightning ring might be okay here. Sure. Secret characters. I find that Vampire Survivors tends to be a lot more visually hectic than Brotato is, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's add Fire Wand. Fire Wand combos with Spinach, which is good in a lot of builds. Flat % damage up it is. And we've got all sorts of stuff on the map here. Look at this, a sword? Metaglio left and right, Spinach here, the 2 rings. Very curious what that sword is. There's a question mark up here. We'll definitely want to explore this stage as we go. So let's head up first. New music? Yes, definitely. I think area up is going to be really appreciated on this one. Oh, there is a free candelabra door. I shouldn't have done that. I won't worry about it too much. We'll have lots of silly nonsense by the end of the run, guaranteed. So all these blue crystals are experience orbs. Those are what we want to pick up. With prejudice here. I actually don't need the bracer. That's curious. I'll definitely take spinach here. Spinach makes all of our attacks do a little bit more damage. There is a damage numbers display option you can use in Vampire Survivors, but kind of meaningless, I tend to find. And I think for now we want to focus on upgrading the weapons that we have. Let's up the Fire Wand here. Occasionally enemies will drop chests, which contain more items for us. There's a fun little animation there. You can cancel it with a click or an escape. We'll watch it later if we get a 3 or 5 chests with multiple items in it. Those are fun. And let's just keep leveling up the weapons for the moment. Can disable flashing VFX. Is that an option now? Let's try that. If that improves bitrate, I'm all for it. All for it. Block Lancet can freeze enemies. That's rather interesting. Like I said, I think we just want to focus on upgrading what we have for the moment, while also working towards the hidden things on this stage. Whatever this question mark is, I want it. Although there appears to be a wall. Curious. Interesting. We got a dead end here. Go for guns. Wait, I'm allowed to get knife even though I have the upgraded knife? What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't evolve the new one though. I didn't think so. I would like Rune Tracer though. Let's grab the armor to go with that. Alright, where do I need to go here? This is interesting. Is there an entrance? This is cool. It feels like an actual navigable stage rather than sort of an endlessly scrolling hallway. Which is how most of the Vampire Survivor levels have felt so far. Knife to meet you. Yeah, houses and caves. That's neat. Very big houses. That's not navigable. Down we go then. Whoa. Hello, friends. You seem extra spooky. Extra armor. And there's the Rune Tracer I wanted. Perfect. So the mask is right here. I'm gonna grab the mask. It gets me more money. I don't really care for the money. Let's go this way. The wings will evolve the pinion, sure. Also helps us move around the stage faster, which seems like a nice little addition. I actually really like the daggers without the bonus projectile speed. They're kind of funny. Oh, it's a maze? Interesting. Very cute. Knife to meet you. Thank you, Boon Morabio, with the vampires in another coffin. We unlock Miang Moonspell, one of the new characters with the DLC. Let's see what their special ability is when we get out of this run. There's a huge debuff to projectile speed. Let's see. We have, yeah, minus 80% projectile speed is what we have. That sure seems like a penalty. You can see the flames are super slow moving. They barely go at all, actually, which I kind of like. And the rune tracers are super slow, too. I like it. Ooh, the tome. Tome's good. Take a tome. Weapon shoot faster. Hello? Shadow Pinion up. Ultimately, in a run of Vampire Survivors, you usually get to level basically every piece of equipment to max, the ones that you've picked. So it's kind of more the order you're getting things in rather than what you're choosing to get. I think a little bit of projectile speed actually would do me well, but here we are. Bigger. The knives must be bigger. Alright, let's go get that sword, whatever that is. See if we can figure out how to evolve it, maybe. Is there a map? Not really, okay. It's over here, right? Have I misremembered? I think I misremembered. What's that? The exit was at the bottom. I remember now. Not on the side. Just stay in the knives. That's where you'll be safe. Come one with the knives. 10% more duration. Is that what I want? I don't know. It's on the map. The duplicator is here. Okay. Interesting. even really want to think about how many materials I'm leaving behind. Not worry about it. Oh no, I'm in the wrong spot again. That's right, we gotta go, like, up. Well, at least I get some of the stuff I dropped. Good. Bracer level here. Kind of cool to try to navigate this sort of maze-like area while evading the horde. I wish it was a better map, though. There's the duplicator. We don't need that, though. We know there's one on the map I can pick up. Get knifed. Oh dear. Power of chicken. Not sure which way to go. I'm gonna follow the path for the moment. Fire wand up. Dear Lord. Alright, I'll take the passive HP regen. That sounds really useful, actually, in the way this seems to be going. Getting squished. We do have one revive, but yikes, overall. Kind of pinned here. Down we go. Let's just try to run through them, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not used to threats like this in Vampire Survivors runs. It's usually a lot of enemies, but not so many that you can't move. Terrifying. Oh, that's right. We have curse enabled. What's our curse at? 60%. Yes, that's what's happening. I understand now. That's right. We do have curse enabled. Well, let's fix that. That's right. Cool, and then we can get basically everything except the curse, too. That's good. Okay. Let's try the new character, too. Myang Moonspell. Starts with a completely new weapon. Cool. Although I have to refund. Dang it. She costs 3,100. Of course she does. And I deactivated some bonuses? Oh, I see. Okay. Glad I have to redo it anyway then. Interesting that you can toggle each and everything. Oh, so actually I could have just toggled the curse inactive. Interesting. That's a fun little feature. Unlock. Recovery also multiplies all healing sources. Overhealing slightly increases max health, says Miang. So Miang's all about healing, interestingly. We'll be trying Mountain Moon spell once again. Good luck. Alright, what start thing do we want? I like these plus 1% per level things. Let's start gaining 1% area every level. Right from the beginning. I cast Magic Missile. I like these. So we know the duplicator's on the map. I'll grab the lightning ring, just like before. We'll zap things occasionally. And I think I want the fire wand again, too. They'd be a bit more effective with actual projectile speed this time. Ooh, Santa Water with the bonus area is going to be amazing. So let's grab Santa Water. That'll create blue fire on the ground occasionally, which will damage anything that steps on it. The Silver Wind is the name of this weapon. It looks really cool. Seem to follow me as they go, weaving around. Not clear exactly how they target, but they're cool. Lock in the empty tome early or grab spinach? Let's lock in the tome early. Can't go wrong with empty tome, as far as I'm concerned. Experience from the crown could be interesting. I don't know that I'd want to take the pentagram to go with it. Let's just focus on more damage. Actually, more levels would mean more area up, right? I do think crown would be good. Silverwind evolve with something? Presumably. I don't know what. I prefer not to know, actually. We'll see if we can figure it out the hard way. Isn't that the whole point, after all? Longer duration. I wonder if this is affected by plus duration, then. More projectiles. Right now we just want to get our item slots filled up before we start picking up the stuff that's on the ground of the map here. So I'm kind of farming at the entrance to this wave. Magic Wand evolving with the tome is okay, but I don't like the Magic Wand that much. I've just been there, done that. Okay with Tirona's box. Actually, Curse might be welcome later on anyway. Sure, I'll take Tirona's box. Gives us all stats. But will later on curse us. We can avoid with the banish mechanic anyhow. Ooh, a threefer. Sure. The jams. There's some weapon level ups for us. Now I'm starting to feel better. You know what? I will take the crown. Give me more XP. What our last two weapons want to be. Yeah, there's a pump and roll on the map I could take. I'm not sure I'll actually be able to get down to it. Exploration means I don't think we'll be able to actually find all the items, especially with hyper mode not enabled. Same for the Wino duplicator, because there's a duplicator right here that we could just have. You can have your cake and eat it too. Or have your duplicator and eat it too. And for that aforementioned reason, I'll take the move speed up here too. Same with the attract orb. There's an attract orb we can just pick up. I guess I can evolve the Shadow Pinion? Sure. Oh, let's lock in spinach too. We want spinach. There's no spinach on the map. Oh yeah, there is actually, but I'm not getting down to that. Level 7. To win in Vampire Survivors, you must survive for 30 minutes. Every run of Vampire Survivors ends then. Alright, what's in the cave? Interesting. Oh, that does lead us to the sword. Looks like both are valid ways to get there. Makes sense. And the giant skeleton. Oh, he Angie. Oh, God. Excuse you all. Oh, no. Coming. Doesn't seem like our weapons are doing all that well here. See why I got super killed with Curse. There's the whip. Alright, a couple much needed weapon level ups. Just gonna do our best to stay alive here. These seem very tough. Alright, let's get Hollow Heart. With our whip here. The chest. The Bibbly Bible doesn't make for a bad final weapon, although we don't have the duration up. Be pretty funny with the area. Sure, let's grab the Bible, that way all of our weapon slots are filled out. Now we can go pick up that sword, and then start running around the map and grabbing other items. At least in theory, anyway. Might be more difficult than that in practice. Oh yeah, there's another whip. We didn't see it even a single time, so I didn't even remember it existed. More of this nonsense. Oh boy. It can be difficult to get up there to that sword, huh? There we go. Santa Water's doing work. Getting squished, though. Don't like that part. Kill all the little ones. Oh no. Help! It's too many. It's too many. Purple chest. Run the muzzle. These weapons come with a counterpart. None of those. Projectiles generate explosions when they expire. Bible, duplicator. Yeah, we've got some of this stuff. Oh, this too? And there's the evolution. So yes, we know there's an evolution for this thing. Yeah, I'll take Twilight Requiem. Should create lots of explosions. Alright, that feels like it's making a big difference in our performance here. Horde is melting now. To the sword! More damage! Wow, that's a lot of damage ups. More speed, more speed. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, to the top of the mountain. Give me this. Night Sword. Dangerous cursed weapon. Might steal hearts. What do you mean dangerous cursed weapon? Well, it certainly sounds like it does something. Kind of hard to see visually what it's doing because we have so many other weapons, but I'll take it. Nice. Like slashing at enemies that are on the screen doesn't really matter where they are. Seems like. That's a lot of big guys. And we're going the wrong way. Thanks, I hate it. Let me back here. That's not where I wanted to go. There. how big that cave was. Alright, a little bit more. Gotta go down and around. That makes sense. Just behind me? Oh well. He's a little concerned. Alright, all our weapons now fire more projectiles. Giant spooky skeleton is here. This treasure chest is here. And it contains the Thunder Loop. Oh, the Night Sword can upgrade separately. Let's get the whip upgraded next, though. So tanky. More projectiles. Alright, I can see the candelabra door is very close by, too. We're actually getting so much area that the Bibles are getting too far away from me now. Kind of a fun problem. Chests. Whoa. Stutter. Whip. I love the Bible next. Where clock? There clock. Yield. Thank you. There's our tractor orb. Get a lot of treasure chests on this level, it seems like. And this contains Labora. Now our Santa water is pulled towards us inexorably by the force of gravity. So we create this giant glowing moon. Will surely break all the bitrate and kill everything on the field at the same time. The plus area on that is truly enormous. So it's extra ridiculous here. Stand up to us now. More area up. I'm in. How big can we make it? Bigger. Taglio right, I think. There it is. Channels dark powers to protect the bearer. Chest up top. How far away is that? Pretty far away. Okay, whatever. Some more curse at this point would actually be a good idea. Way down here, yeah? Yeah. And another spooky skeleton man. Health recovery, yeah. Is you actually allowed to see your own max health? Yes, 370 currently. The evolved whip can deal critical damage and absorb HP for us. And it's huge. Look at how gigantic it is. The massive red swirls of doom. The power. Everything's being evaporated. Give me Night Sword level ups. All the level ups. Every level up that ever was. Wow, that was a lot of stacked experience we just picked up. Holy moly. Fire Wand level up, Fire Wand level up again, Fire Wand level up again. I think what happened was that all the experience orbs from earlier on the map got condensed into one spot, and we picked them up simultaneously. So it's like 20 level ups at the same time. Absurd. Wow. Start getting projectile speed, start getting duration. Give me duration. Wow, now everything is just evaporating. As you'd expect. My dojo now. Let's get some curse for the final part of this. Absolutely savage. With Lancet. Need both rings and the clock Lancet to get the evolution there. I've done that a couple times. How long can you stand up to Labora? Not very long. Got plus 0.2 Italian there. The blaps are so big. Here's the Metaglio right. Channel Dark Powers to curse the bearer. That can give us some even more level ups. More enemy speed, quantity, health, and frequency. The power of the blue sun. Increases enemy speed, health, quantity, and frequency by 100%. I would like that, please. But let's take the Night Sword level ups. Get the Evolved Fire Wand. Don't think it will matter much. Bibles are now almost off the screen with their power. Look at the giant fireballs. Holy moly. It's getting silly now. Down to that sword going off is quite something. More curse. More curse. Fireballs aren't big enough yet. What's our curse at? 125%. They could do nothing against Labora. Death to all monsters. Bigger. Bigger. Actually looks like a planet. Doesn't it? Bigger! Cursier! Just break my PC outright, please. What's our curse at now? 145%. Already at level 100? Haven't maxed out everything yet, though. Gold! Sure, Maxell. 610. Wow. 370 last time I looked at that stat. 613. Okay, so it is permanently increasing. More enemies. $621. Yeah, it is going up quite quickly. Quackly? Get big fast. Crash for a minute there. How's it going, Bailey? You've come back to some hot nonsense with Vampire Survivors. Bible's off the screen. $687 max health. Gained almost 100 in just a couple minutes. The power. Hey, there's a treasure chest. What's in the chest? There it is. Festive Winds requires Pomerola maxed out. Evolved Silverwind. I can actually see the description of it otherwise. But we did it. We evolved it. Can we see... So yeah, Pomerola. Wait. There's a thing that Pomerola normally evolves with. Garlic. Yeah. Where's garlic? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So you can qualify for 2 evolutions now with garlic, or with Pomerola. That's curious. Very curious. Of course, we can't actually even see what the evolved weapon is doing because there's too much other nonsense on the screen, but at least we know in our heart that we have it. Now at 1,231 max health. Oh, because it's a percentage increase? 1,478 max health. Didn't realize the percentage was going to be like that. Funny as heck. Give me always floor chicken, please. Level 119 and counting. Just a big wall of enemies that keep getting permanently donked anytime they get anywhere near me. Our curse percentage is 180%. Stay in the blue planet of death. Can't touch you here. Not long now, good shot. 131. Where's area stat at? 265% additional area. That's why our moon is so big. Chest just had money in it. Fair enough. $1,533 health. So chunky, not even death can kill me. Oh, yes, you can. All right, GG. GG, stage complete. Cash in those revives. That was a fun one. We unlocked the Silver Wind. Menya, new character. And the Night Sword. New weapons unlocked, too. So let's see. Menya becomes stronger and invincible for a fixed interval after defeating a large amount of enemies. Whatever that means. Exactly. 16,000 to unlock, too. Wow. Well, we gotta try it. I'll do this one more time. Hold on. Perfect. Not yet discovered. I think we got everything on Mount Moonspell, right? An exclamation point showing on Moonglow. I think we have to buy that. And in the Bone Zone. Let's try the Bone Zone again. I remember this being quite challenging. The Bone Zone. We'll see how this character works. Duration or area again? Let's go early duration. Duration gets. Oh, those are wonky. Hello? Does not seem to be hurting things. I don't understand. Okay, so it seems to just hit when it forms there? That's... Okay, there we go. Interesting. That's really difficult to target. Rune Trace is going to be good with plus duration, that's for sure. And we can take Silver Wind again. Or the Careo. Also good with duration up. Silver Wind says, defeated enemies might drop hearts, too. Let's try the Silver Wind again. I think that's good with duration also. So in the Bone Zone, enemies get more health and stronger every few minutes, which makes this level particularly challenging. And I'll grab spinach. Won't say no to spinach. Seems like this character is slow. Oh, just because we're not playing with the extra move speed, right? 10% move speed. And Bone Zone, no chicken from the lamps, only money. Interesting. Also explains what's nightmarish about this area. Four Seasons, it's called. Even more duration. I think generally it's often best to get a couple weapons with a few levels under them. A lot more efficient with more levels than having a bunch of low-level weapons. Syria up more. I don't know, it does seem like this weapon blows, you know? Ooh, Santa Water would be good again. I'll grab Spellbinder, though. Actually, no, I'll grab Santa Water. We're gonna need Labora here. Don't be a fool. No passive items other than the rings and the Metaglio, either. Oh, there's our threshold, I guess. We became invincible. How long are we in God mode for, though? That's the question. Huge power activated. Definitely want the Attract Orb. Ooh, Song of Mana could be cool for this as well. Keep getting Rune Tracer, though. Many skeletons. Oh, and we're slow again. Bigger. Bigger. The water better too. Not a bad idea to take Bible. I'm not ready for it yet, though. Level 7. The Four Seasons now feels like a real weapon. Covering big parts of the screen, chunking out big parts of the crowd. It's good. skeleton. Seasons level 8. Every 500 kills, they say, so it should go up now. No. It did not. Yeah, 3K? Camerola, not the other thing. There it goes, yeah, at 3K. Interesting. Is that the root tracer? Some found armor, that's okay. We passed 3,500 while we were still under the effects. Maybe that's why we didn't get an activation then. This is going Teutonic Knight. DLC's got some interesting stuff in it. New characters, new weapons. Definitely more of the same. In the Vampire Survivor's vein. There's armor. But it seems pretty cool on its surface. This is definitely how the Bone Zone tends to feel. Gradually losing health and unable to restore it. Yeah. Got one revive, but I expect we're just dead momentarily. We're too slow to actually keep the enemies off of us. Maybe if I can evolve Rune Tracer momentarily, but I think we're gonna die momentarily. Bone Zone's tough, man. There we go. Okay, no future yet. Because I think we're at 10 minutes, maybe? There's Pomerola. There's enough important level ups. We might be holding firm now. Do we take the whip? No, we want garlic, right? I want Song of Mana, actually. I think that's pretty cool. So we've got some fans. Wow, those both just got instantly killed by the ability? That's pretty ridiculous. In one, there is no future. The evolved Rune Tracer explodes when bouncing. And the other contains Labora. Well, that's pretty strong. I think we might have made it, Twitch chat. Can you kill Death in this area? Yes, you should be able to. Death is difficult but not impossible to kill. Wait, there's a question mark down there. We gotta go that way. Not up. Understood. Explosions when they expire? Area up. Give me area up too. Area and duration. Make Labora extra big, extra spicy. Just like last run. Mark's way over here. Starting to get overpowered. ominous. Two. Scrap that. I'll roll a 3. I agree, Teutonic Knight. The fact that you can kind of assemble, if you want to, the same build every run of Vampire Survivors definitely hurts its replayability for me. Compared to for a Tato, you never know what you're going to get offered, so you can't... Even if you know exactly what you want, you might have to settle for something else. Same in Spire, too. Question mark is moving. Interesting. That would explain why it's hard to reach. Jason. Still there? Yeah, still there. Go! There it is. The orb. Empty Tome seems like a good final item. Or it's not even our final item. Sure. Some more cooldown reduction. Too much of everything. Yes. The Vampire Survivor's way. Too much everything. Candelabra to evolve 4 seasons. Appreciate it. And we can take garlic with our Pomarola. Candelabra and spinach. Interesting. Take garlic here. And we'll try to make Candelabra our last support item.
go. There now. I seem to have more pressing concerns. Come back to this location. All right. Skeleton has a chest from here. Weakens enemies' defenses. Oh, okay. It's that way. Hello, giant skeleton. Please enjoy. The power. There's Candelabra Door. Good. There's a lot of experience stacked on top of itself, apparently. Godai Shuffle of all 4 seasons generates an additional explosion. Now, we seem to have maxed everything except garlic somehow. Hey, there's an explosion now in the center of the screen. That's a good place for it. The power. Always floor chicken. Conjure now earth, wind, fire, water, sky. Son, I know there's a randomizer chest behind me. Did you get bigger? Oh, I think I blew it up. And dropped something that I can't see. There it is. Forbidden Scrolls of Morbane permanently allow you to cast spells and to access the list of secrets from the main menu. You can cast spells. You no longer really see anything, there's just swirling chaos all over the screen. Get some revivals, that way I definitely don't lose here. It's more main time, that's right. Cheat code way to get most of the unlocks done. Input codes like the old games. Okay, so spells are cheats. Makes sense. Yeah, the Four Seasons is really visually present, let's call it. Much to do left but wait. 6 minutes to victory. Want to pick up the rings and stuff? Because we move too slowly to actually get to them for the most part. I'll get the gold one. But we're just too beefy. Too much of a couch potato. The Etsy's couch build, that's right. Labora. Oh, you didn't even get instantly killed by that. That's crazy. Vaporized. Permanent luck. The enemy's curse. Maybe not a good idea. Here we are. The Soul Eater. I don't know why it looks like a pastry. But that's what the Soul Eater looks like to me. It's a pastry. Can't even tell what the garlic ring is. Me either. I think it's about halfway across the screen. Yeah, I can faintly see it. Top quality Twitch content you come to not be able to see. Just a bit right. Where away are we? Yikes. Could also banish it if I wanted to. No need.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Dice Nova. The number of kills that we need for our passive does seem to be increasing. I wonder if there's fixed thresholds that it occurs at, or if the condition is a bit different than we expected. But it's definitely no longer happening every 500 or even every 1,000 kills. Damage. And now we wait. Why not? Totally all right. What does that look like on my side? It's pretty hard to discern even here. It's a big glowy blue spot with a whole bunch of squiggly lines and particles all over the screen, and enemies that keep flashing and bouncing such that they're hard to keep track of. It's a lot going on, that's for sure. But it's over now. It's all over. As the bus goes. Stage complete. We got the Scrolls of Morbane. Survived in the Bone Zone. Unlocked the 4 seasons for everybody. And unlocked a new character, Sayuto. Let's have a look at that real quick. I'm not going to do another run. I think this is where things are going to end for us tonight. Sayuto Moonspell starts with a hidden Night Sword, morphs into a stronger version when his base weapon evolves. Seems like an interesting little character. Hope you enjoyed this look at the Vampire Survivors DLC. It was fun kind of popping back in, seeing what's been added since the original release of this game. Although I do have to admit, playing a lot of Potato has somewhat spoiled me on the genre, and I'm longing for the simple decisions and clean visuals of that game. That said, it was definitely fun to revisit, so glad we did it. That is going to be it for me tonight, everybody. We're back on Tuesday, not later than noon, with Disco Elysium, our community-voted game for the month. We'll have a shortened week of streams next week, just Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. As I'll be leaving on Friday. Not quite sure what we're doing, since the ladder streak did unfortunately come to a close with the defect. I don't have to wrap that up. I don't know what that means we'll do. Probably some variety. Either way, thank you so much for watching, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure having you all. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend and evening at large. Till next time, this is me saying toodaloo. Have a great one. Everyone, stay cozy, be kind to one another, and don't forget to eat some cheese. All right. Thank you, and good night. Bye-bye.